I guess we'll call it two-shot now. Good morning, Blade Taval. I'm Valkenstein, Roman Cure, Kenix Cow, Ect, Daniel Lurt, Dakota. Can you hear me? Yeah, what? Oh, phew. What happened? Everything was pitch black for a second. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. It's not so much insisting, Dakota, as it would have been nice. No, I never did, Blade Devil. Apparently when we talked to ProfitBot, at the beginning you could rename yourself, but I didn't even catch that. And yes, the next week and a half of our life will be dominated by Final Fantasy 16. So that'll be nice. Good morning, Yura. Or whatever time it is there. Well, to be totally honest with you, Blade Javal, I kind of just want to get it over with. From both perspectives. Like, Zelda's going to be good, right? One way or another. We have high certainty of that. And FF14's going to be good. And Starfield's going to be terrible, and WoW's going to be good. All of that's known, right? Like, those are all known quantities. I have no idea what we're going to think about FF16. So, I'd rather push that to the front and see what we think of that first. I know that sounds weird, but that's kind of what I was thinking. Apparently I didn't update the next button. Hang on, that's a separate update from the website. Let me kill the bot. Die, bot. There we go, bot's dead. In what direction, Dakota? There we go. Okay. Let's hope this works. Okay. Reactivating elevator services. Please input security code. Oh, right. I actually wrote this down from earlier. There it is. Hang on. Well, you're welcome, Blade Devil. You saw them, right? Nah, the square stuff happens all the time. I'm at the whole security thing, but then again, the elevator hasn't been this broken before. I guess we should look for a code. Okay, I found the code. This is the meta thing they gave us earlier. So we already figured this out. I don't know what you did, but it actually works. Good job, kid. You're a genius, you know that? I had help from Runner, too. Oh, right. The whole Messiah business. Anyway, ready to go? I'll be up ahead. Really? Game? Really? Sure, let's shut down the game again. Now let's fire up the game again. Isn't this a clever gimmick? There we go. You should take a break. Okay. Apparently, we like pancakes. Didn't know. I have no idea after Twitch account. I am assuredly put thought into it whenever I added that block, but I haven't thought about that in however many years it's been since then. So I don't know. Runner? I had another dream. Mama was there. Did you see her? Yeah. She made pancakes. I think it was my birthday. People always get their favorite food on their birthday. Do you have a birthday too? Yes. And what's your favorite food? Is it pancakes? Wait, do you like pancakes? If they're good. 12 days, act. Or about 90 hours. My last birthday, I ate 10 pancakes. Oh my god. I was so full I didn't eat anything else that day. My mama makes the best pancakes. And some of the neighbors make really good noodles. And some of my neighbors make a lot of bread. Oh my god. Do you eat anything other than carbs? Do you have any neighbors? Technically, yes. They shared food with you? They do not. It's not very nice of them. Our neighbors and my mama take turns making food for the whole village every day. Everyone takes turns doing chores and watching the little kids. I don't need to be watched anymore, though. I'm old enough to help out. I miss everyone. I've been gone for a while now, haven't I? What if they've been worried about me? Speaking of, we should probably go now. Actually, I did look up / spoil one thing for myself. So originally this was not a Steam game, I suppose, obviously. And the relevance of that is that originally the whole point of the game was that you had to beat it in one shot, hence the name. Otherwise, you would immediately lose the game. However, the little dream sequences were the exception to that rule. That was the time in which you could walk away from the game without any issues. That sure took you a while, huh? Oh shoot, you've been waiting this whole time? Holding the door open? Well, I didn't want to be rude. I'm sorry. I should have told you to go on ahead. Don't worry about it. Freaking kid. Awkward elevator rides. This is why phones were invented. So you can pretend to be busy while on the elevator with someone else. Oh, goodness gracious, I'm stuck in an elevator with the Messiah and also literally God themselves. This is awkward. Maybe we can chat to pass the time, huh? You heard me? I mean, sure. Alright, Runner, should I ask about... Resume the awkward silence! No, ask about your job. What is your job? You seem really busy. I fix lights, mostly. Also, I deliver and refill high-energy phosphor to structures that need them. High energy? You know, super concentrated glow stuff that they had to process in factories. It what's power is most of the same stuff. Ooh, we used to have a small army of delivery robots doing that, but lately a bunch of them have been breaking down. Until they fix them out, I just have more work on my plate. I haven't slept in so long. When will the robots get fixed? I have no idea. It's all up to the scientists over at the labs. But they seem really concerned about something else lately. Never a good sign when the smart folk are worried. You have no idea. This thing's very big. It's smaller than it looks. Getting pretty crowded, too. First it was refugees from the Barrens, and now the Glen folk are moving in, too. It's just safer here, you know? I mean, it's not a haven by any means. That square stuff we just saw, we get more of that here than anywhere else, apparently. I noticed. We're lucky it only affects the city's infrastructure. The landmass itself is still holding up. Which is good, since there isn't much solid land here to be in the first place. You tell me about the library? I'm supposed to go there. Oh yeah, that's one of my main delivery spots. Those reading lights are pretty high maintenance, but I always feel out of place surrounded by smart people. I guess you're pretty smart yourself, so you'll fit in fine. You and Runner. I am not smart. Anyway, it's nice meeting you, Nico. Right, see you around, kid. Bye. Seems in a hurry. Guess we should hurry, too. People are counting on us. Yeah, no, they're not. Thoughts on the Subnautica 2 announcement? Well, I haven't gotten a chance to see it yet. But I'm excited that there's going to be a Subnautica 2, and I'm sad it's not going to be co-op. Evening news. Are you here to purchase a copy? No. These papers are for grown-ups. Grown-ups? Yeah, what does that mean? It means people aren't kids. Kids? Aren't you a kid? I am a robot. And what, you'd like deliberately try to be a heel to go to, or something similar? Also, I hope you get better soon. Hello, person. The library's up ahead. Thanks. What when the world ends, would it be better if I was gone in an instant or slowly fade away? To be honest, I'd rather the former. Yeah! Would you like slow, horrible death or quick, horrible death? It's not much of a choice, is it? What? I didn't say anything. Stop staring at me then. I'm just looking at your book. Yes, you're in a library. There's books in the library. Go bug the chatty ones upstairs. The author's books cover a wide range of topics. Seems there are no subjects he does not write about. Quite the Renaissance man, don't you think? I guess so. He's been focusing on documenting the world as of late. Oh? They say the city is the last bastion of civilization. So these books may be the only thing we have to remember the rest of the world by. Okay, well, that's horrifying. Books are on the shelf, neatly placed. Books are neatly placed on the shelf. Books are placed neatly on the shelf. Placed books are neatly on the shelf. On the shelf are neatly placed books. Neatly placed books are on the shelf. On the shelf neatly are placed books. Dude, I don't know, Dakota. Every indie game is like secretly horrifyingly depressing, unless they're Undertale. Hello, person. We're shelving in progress. Please watch out for potential falling books. Yep, still scared of ladders. Placed books are on the shelf neatly. Books are on the shelf, neatly placed. Books are neatly placed on the shelf. Books are placed neatly on the shelf. Placed books are neatly on the shelf. Hello, do you need directions? Let's see, this area is mostly historical accounts, reference sections downstairs. I'm not sure where the children's section is. That's okay, I'm not really out for the books. You have to look for the author then? No? Well, that's good. I mean, that means you won't be disappointed. I've been volunteering here for months. I've never seen him, not even once. He works with the head of the librarian on publishing, so you'd think he'd show up at least once in a while. But he doesn't. Yeah, he seems kind of reclusive. It's weird for a guy who supposedly travels the world. Maybe it's just around people. Because most people who are creative types tend to be depressed to some extent or another. It's the same reason comedians tend to be depressed. On the shelf are neatly placed books. Neatly placed books are on the shelf. On the shelf neatly are placed books. Placed books are on the shelf neatly. Books are on the shelf, neatly placed. Books are neatly placed on the shelf. Ah! Books are placed neatly on the shelf. Placed books are neatly on the shelf. Oh, that's actually a good question, Dakota. On the shelf are neatly placed books. Neatly placed books are on the shelf. On the shelf, neatly placed books. Placed books on. Looks like it's rotating between two per shelf. Yeah, you remember when I was discussing Yumeniki, and one of my biggest theories was that it was just someone trying to get out, you know, a lot of internal emotions and whatnot. Well, that's not exactly exclusive to that person. Hell, some people specifically go into game development because they're just pissed off or frustrated about something. Concerned Ape would qualify for that, speaking of Stardew Valley. What are you doing to that book? Don't worry, these are my own books that I wrote. I just pulled them off the shelves to modify them. I have to cross out some sections. Most sections. How come? Otherwise they think I copied him. The author. I mean, I really don't see the point of writing anything anymore. The author's just going to write about the same thing and then everyone will love it. And nobody's going to remember the books that came out before his. I mean, I ain't hating. I can see why people go nuts over stuff. The guy's got major talent, but it just hurts, you know? It's never fun when people call you a copycat for something you wrote about first. Yeah, tell me about it. People call me a cat all the time, even though I'm a person and cats are pets. And mousers. I'm sure people don't think I eat mice. Do you eat mice? No judgment. It's useful. The author's so cool. I heard he can travel all over the world with a flying machine. That's how he gathers material for his books. Wow. comprehensive guide to phosphor. Oh my god. As a general rule, if a phosphor loses its glow entirely, it cannot be relit unless exposed to the sun. If the phosphor is merely dim, it may be possible to boost it through exposure to another phosphor. But even so, the boosted phosphor will never return to its original brightness. Oh my god. I'm not reading all that out loud. I'm reading it for real, but I'm not reading it out loud. I'm sorry. You went through these pages pretty fast. Actually, it's mostly pictures. Oh? Yeah, the author doesn't only write books, he illustrates them. Sometimes he makes books out of only pictures. Neat. The author publishes books at a highly accelerated... almost inhuman... almost inhuman pace. In fact, he has put more books out in 1 year than most authors do in a lifetime. According to the head librarian, there's still a large amount of material he's written, but not yet published. One cannot help but wonder where he can get so much done in so little time. I did the calculations, the numbers do not add up. Maybe he can stop time? No such mechanism exists in this world. Is that actually possible in your home dimension? Nah, I just saw it in a movie once. About superheroes and stuff. Yeah, sure, I'll just be like... bzzz, bzzz. What do you think about the author? I don't know. Have you read his stuff yet? If not, you should. You know, I've tried looking for the flying machine with my binoculars for ages. Never saw such a thing, though. Excuse me. Oh, you're the Messiah. Welcome. When I first entered the city, a big robot told me to look for the library on the surface. This is the same library, right? Affirmative. Oh, goody. Well, we're here. What do we do now? The big robot only said there'd be clues here. That is a question for the head librarian, George. Allow me to call her. She is not picking up. Is she not here? She is here. She's in the archival room. When she is concentrating on her work, she will ignore any and all phone calls for several days. You get her in person? Leaving this post is not my programming. I can go myself? Of course. Thanks. I'm on my third cup. I can't feel my limbs. But I have to stay awake. I need to find out how this book ends. Oh my god, it's Savacum. Curse the author and his beautiful cliffhangers. Library card required. I don't have a library card. This is a question with head librarian. Allow me to call her. No! No, don't! Letting you through without a library card is against my programming. No, I cannot. I tried to go to. My programming is not flexible. I have not been tamed. Okay, now I need a library card. This is why I just need to kill people. I need to go to the library. No, you need a library card. Stab! 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 Okay, I got through. We're cool. We're cool. Everything cool. So let's see. Sonic Origins has Sonic 1, 2, 3, CD, and 12 Game Gear titles? Well, I can't see any reason to say no, offshore Twitch account. Just 12? Okay. So now we need a library card. Did you see what happened? Yeah. My vision went blank for a second, and then I saw something? Like a really short dream. I wonder what that was about. I wouldn't worry about it. It's just the game being weird. No, we must make a contract. Up, of course. Oh, a cat. Are you lost? Me? Do you wish to join us? Join your cats? Yes, but I'm not a cat. I don't walk on 4 legs like they do. You have cat eyes. My eyes are normal people eyes. Dude, you're a cat. Normal back home. Your hat is shaped like a cat, but I'm just a person. You're still welcome here. I protect lost people as well. Thanks, but I'm not lost, though. I've got a runner to guide me. I am a terrible guide. I'm just going to let you know that. I have no idea where I'm going, what I'm doing. And I'm just waiting for the big twist that reveals that everything is actually awful forever and Nico has to be horribly murdered in order to save the town or something. Please do not approach. Okay. See that fox? Just ran behind the tree. I wouldn't worry about it. Sorry if you were looking for me. But I cannot talk to you. Not now. But, can you promise me something? If you can find a way to return, please do. What do you mean by that? No reply. Okay. Oh yeah, Nico's always been dead. This is actually the afterlife. And the afterlife is falling apart because Santa Claus. Don't ask questions. Santa Claus. Looking for something? Yeah, I need to find a library card. Any idea where I can get one? From the library. I tried that already. Person in charge wasn't there. Oh, maybe check the factory? Just take the stairs at the end of the street and make a turn. Scientists read books, right? They might help you. That's the least useful advice in the world. Scientists read books, right? Hey kid, want some soup dumplings? They're guaranteed to contain only a minimal amount of industrial byproducts. Oh, it's better in real life. It smells kind of nice. What is it? Breaded fish. I toasted the bread myself. Let's see. Here for your photos? No? Alrighty then. I'll just stand here. Stand smells a bit like burnt sugar. Yep, still getting the hang of making fried candy skewers. Hey, ready for me to blow your mind? Sure. I've invented a medicine to prepare everyone for the upcoming water shortage. All you gotta do is dissolve one of these pills in water, and then you drink the water, and then you never need to drink water again. It also makes plants grow faster. How does it work? Here, why don't you take a free sample? Thanks. Don't thank me. Spread the word. But I already poured out the... Okay. I mean, it's true. If we take cyanide, we will never have to drink water again. Okay. I mean, it makes sense that there's a water shortage. On the contrary, it makes absolutely no sense that there's a water shortage. Remember, the glen is actually slowly falling under the waves. They're getting flooded. So why is there a water shortage? Now, there are actually answers to that question. For example, maybe they're just having trouble pumping the water from there to here. And that's a problem we have in real life. That's another thing. Maybe they'd have difficulty getting potable water. Technical water. This is the printer room where machine parts are made. Also robots. Happy to go one color at a time. Also have to write down previous attempts. Also, let's wait for a reset. Maybe we'll get an easy one next time. Yeah, something I've noticed a lot of RPG Maker games do, even better ones, is they have these big empty hallways, and I don't know why. Not like everything has to be 5 feet long, but it's always struck me as a weird choice. Even back in the early aughts when I first started seeing these games. Luminescence index of liquid red phosphor decreased by a factor of 3.57% last week. Alarming, to say the least. That's the sharpest decline I've seen, and the number's only increasing. We'll have to further concentrate the phosphor now for it to be of any use. It's hard to believe there's a good chance the city could run out of light in as little as 6 months. What are we gonna do? If the city runs out of light, well, I don't want to think about what'll happen. It's fine. Pass security system test. Change the cutoff lights to a specific configuration. How do I solve this? It's part of the test. Okay. I suck at these. Okay. I suck at these. And I tend to just try to brute force them. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. It changes each playthrough. Cool. So there's no looking at the walkthrough for this one. Cool. I wouldn't give 3 for this, but this is irritating, especially since this is MSQ. Yeah, I'm too stupid to solve these kind of things more. I just brute force these. I can do logic puzzles. I can't do masterminding. Ugh. Good morning, Dragon. Yeah, if the solution remained fixed, at least there was something I could do to progress on this. But no, it's just resetting each time. The 9 tries is what really makes this negative for me. If I just had infinite tries to figure this out, that'd be fine. But 9 tries? Oh, so there's actually 2 axes here. We need to figure out the correct color. And we need to figure it out in the correct position. But we do not have information on the position, only the correct color. Now, that's fine if we have infinite tries, or if we only have 9 tries, it'd be fine if we knew the position as well. But since neither of these things exist, this is just aggravating. So, what we're going to do is hit this button, we're going to go here, turn off the in-game volume. There we go. And then we're going to do this. No, supposedly the answer changes each time. Although that's actually an interesting point. Okay, let's reset. Let's do some testing, shall we? Based on the earlier thing, I assume the solution can change each time. So this says there's 3 lights correct with yellow. So that confirms it 100%. It is changing each time. So there's 3 yellow somewhere on this. I think I just got piss lucky there. Right when I gave up, of course. There. Yeah, no, I just got piss lucky with that one. I honestly expected this to take a lot longer than that. What happened? I don't know. I left it for a minute and... yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Oh, shoot. If I'd known you'd be here so soon, I would have turned off the darn lock. Hello, they're sorry about the weird security measures. It's okay. Runner helped me solve it. Did they now? No. No, I didn't. I do not get credit for that. Credit for that at all. Everything? Yeah, do you know how I can get a library card? A library card? You'll have to ask the library for that. Yeah, I tried. They need to see the head librarian, but I can't see her without a library card. She's the one who gives out library cards. That sounds like George, alright. I'm sorry you caught her on a bad day. Like, I know. I can just give you my library card. It won't be hard to get another one. Wait, shoot. I forgot the front desk library bots have facial recognition. And my photo on the card won't match you. Unless I tape a photo of your face to my face. That was a joke. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky and the robot will take it anyways. Worst to come, you can take a photo. Got it. So we need to go take a photo. Doesn't the lady look kind of familiar to you? I wonder if she's related to the robot lady who gave me the amber. Ask her about it. You've been walking all over the world, huh? Can't imagine. Do you get really tired sometimes? Yes! I don't mind. It's actually pretty neat. Or really pretty, excuse me. Even with the sun gone, the world's a beautiful place. What would the world look like with the sun? You know, it's kind of embarrassing to admit how little of it I've actually seen. Ironic, isn't it? Even though I'm the world's leading researcher, all I do is stay here and build robots. They're the ones exploring the world. I just write down data, crunch numbers, and generate graphs. I've been seeing robots everywhere. I just thought it was because the world was too dangerous for most people to explore. That's not far from the truth, actually, but I know someone who still does this research firsthand. The author! Yep, he outright built a machine that could fly. Something we all thought was not physically possible. I asked about working with... You have robots! So he provided us with all sorts of insights from time to time. But for some reason, he really didn't want to build robots. Or coding them. How come? Beats me? I mean, he's happy to work with robots. In fact, he even... Yeah, it's been a while since we last talked. He must be... busy with his books now. Don't overwork yourself, okay? Uh-huh. I was gonna say, like... How did you invent robots before flight? So let's see, that's going towards the Nest Block, Street Fighter 6, and Ringo Ishikawa. Done. Thank you for being part of the show, Yura. It is a pretty small setting. So, one of the YouTube commenters actually looked up something for me. Someone was asking yesterday how many games I've played, you know, that I wouldn't have played if not for the show. This isn't 100% accurate of a number, but as of when I started keeping track of that, there's been 48 different games that are, you know, in the new sorting system that I would never have known about or looked at if not for the fact that you guys put them on the list. Not counting this one. So I guess 49. Give me photos. Good news is the photo center's right behind me. Bad news is it doesn't work, right? Catch on quick. After operations ended in the Barrens, this place got shut down. All the engineers lost their jobs and became street vendors. Maybe Runner and I can figure it out. It would certainly help out people with expired IDs, like me. Right. Good. Okay. Sorry, I'm glancing at a walkthrough to try and figure out if I actually have to do this or not, because it makes sense, right? But, like... I'm missing something. In fact, I'm missing a lot of something. You know, Nico's actually like this big for me, so he's actually smaller than a postage stamp. How would this remind me of Time Spinner? Sorry, that sounds accusatory. I mean that as a legitimate question. How dare this remind me of Time Spinner? There's a film I haven't seen in a while. Dark City. They've never mentioned Nico's gender, so I'm pretty sure it's one of those, it's supposed to be whatever you pick it to be kind of things. So we're going to go with a he. Because it's what occurred to me automatically and without thinking about it. Yeah, Dark City was fascinating. A bit of a shame because it was completely overshadowed by The Matrix. Like, Matrix just ate that film alive. Oh, hey there. You have a lot of fish. Yeah, I'm worried about them. Oh, heard something about how square particle stuff just took out a major pipeline. I guess we should take advantage of running water while I still can. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to pull up the walkthrough for a second, so hang on. So I'm not sure where to get where it wants me to go, and the directions are not clear because walkthrough writing is hard. Currently. Okay, so here... I need the photo of on Falkenstein. I don't even need a walkthrough to tell me that. They flat out said it in the game. So I'm looking for some stairs here, which I apparently missed. Ah, here we go. Dictionary. Some of the words are underlined. Most of the words are underlined. There. Okay, now we have the thin lens, the concave lens, the convex lens, and the thick lens. Now, I have no idea how you're supposed to know what order to put those into the photo machine, but we're supposed to put those into the photo machine. Yeah, Equilibrium, that's another wild film. I became aware of that because a friend of mine owned the DVD. And pretty much forced me to watch it. It's funny you say that, Blade Devil. I've actually been told I give really good directions for this kind of stuff. But I can prove that because I've not only done a really good job of keep talking, nobody explodes, but I've also done blind Mario runs quite well. Okay, well, whatever. So it looks like we want thick first. How are you supposed to know this? Hang on, let's do this deliberately wrong and see if there's like a hint. Nope. Just trial and error. Okay. Actually, if you remember, when I was giving directions, it was working out quite well, but to the point where I was actually worried the stream would suddenly get boring. Yeah, I guess that's just supposed to be straight up trial and error, so whatever. Okay, to the library. Oh, wait, hang on. Combine. Their eyes are apparently made of phosphor or something. That's what I'm double checking, Archbruce, because it's like... Okay, apparently we don't have to go back and get the tape. We have to use the glitter glue. I mean, the Factorio developer is apparently a horrible human being. But as usual, we're just going to walk past that because, you know, it's life. I didn't do anything. He just has some interesting takes. You can look it up on your own time if you want to. Dude, I don't know, Mr. Red. Wrong person to ask. I haven't seen anything he said on Twitter, and I think that's probably a good thing. Yep, we needed the photo. Maybe I should have changed the name. Yeah, it's fine. Let me in. See what I'm doing here. No, to act. Oh, lol. Yeah, I've noticed I've been getting more and more followers on Blue Sky, which I find hilarious because I don't post anything. Excuse me. Hey, who the heck do you think you are barging in here like that? I don't care if you're the Messiah. Manners are still a thing. I'm sorry? Well, you just gonna apologize? Yes? I mean, no. I mean, I need your help. I'm not sure what to do next. I think I need to go to the tower? Seriously, you haven't figured that one out yet? I don't know how to get in. I don't know either. Shouldn't Runner help you with that? All I know is that nobody from this world can get in there. Not beyond that tiny entrance room, anyway. If anything, there might be a book on the Messiah of all people. How the Messiah of all people can get in. I don't get anything like that in my collection. I would like to, though. Oh my god. Okay, it's just the one page. Another fruitful visit to the Great Prophet today. She seemed high in spirits. She told me she saw another glimpse of the Messiah's arrival, more vivid than ever before. The Messiah will wake up in a dark house, she said. The vision included lights from a window and sound of footsteps on wood floor. Regrettably, she's unsure of the house's location. Bacchus was also present at the meeting. I ended up visiting his house later, and we swapped notes. He's been very vigilant on recording the Prophet's day-to-day musings, and his writings have been significantly more legible lately. His children were as enduring ever. The older child, Calamus, has expressed an interest in reading. I offered to teach them as I did his father. Another still life of objects on my desk. Still not very good, but Silver can recognize the objects at least. Still not very good, my ass. Although its pigmentation is primarily black, the leaves display incredible iridescence when exposed to sunlight. These curious plants are most resilient and can even thrive in the metallic sand and harsh climate of the barrens. In the glen, it can grow directly on top of moss layer without competing with the moss for resources. Radiocarbon dating of fossils suggests these plants may be the first life forms to colonize our world. And yeah, I think I'm Lore Runner on Blue Sky. Hang on a second. Yep, Lore Runner. I have exactly one post. Maybe act. I don't know. Hang on, let's check. If you see exactly one post, yep, nope, that's me. I'll fix that later. Blue Sky is more or less exactly what it sounds like. It's like, you know what? We're leaving Twitter. Bye. The book is poking out. Thankfully, Dr. Silverpoint's team was able to replicate our prototype. On the right is an updated sketch of some of the modifications of the external design. More importantly, we used radically different architecture for the microprocessor due to limited resources this time, but it should still be capable of delivering the late prophet's message. The team suggested that taming was a lost cause. Regarding alternate versions, she likened the probability to rolling the dice. Recently, I found the theory easier and easier to believe, but I could not describe it very well back then. Nevertheless, I wrote it down to the best of my abilities. After all, it's the only way to honor her. There are 6. Which one did you encounter? 2, apparently. Man, I haven't used Twitter in I don't know how long. It's actually not on my phone anymore. Hang on. Looks like the last time I used Twitter was May of last year. need help publishing your books. Well, duh. Why do you think I have little mountains of manuscripts here? He just wouldn't stop sending me things. Like, God, does that guy work fast? I just couldn't keep up. One day he just stopped. About time, I would say. But it's also weird because it's him. Worst part of all, even after he stopped bombarding me, the piles of material I haven't had never seem to get any smaller. Like the boxes are magically filling themselves up every time I turn around. Why is this even happening? You okay? No! It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. The author marks his work with the clovers. He has to keep up with his mysterious persona, I guess. He's never even told me his name. So he wrote all these books? Yes, yes he did. Don't touch this. I have to finish this by the end of the week. People are literally lining up to read his books. What does he write about? What doesn't he write about? Hey, George, I just wrote about the entire universe while you're taking a coffee break. It's several million volumes. Where does that guy get all the free time? You and me both. Work, 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 work. Okay. I would not use Twitter to find friends. Twitter used to have quite a few very valid and reasonable usages. I'm not sure it does anymore. Twitter is useful for law enforcement. It was useful for coordinating with governments in terms of diplomatic avenues. It was useful for heads of state to convey information. All of that's kind of in the past now. Oh yeah, it was also useful for very, very up-to-date tech help things. Not just, like, requesting help. I mean, like, for example, if a server goes down, there was someone at that company whose job it was to go post about that on their support Twitter account. So you would find out, like, minutes later, hey, it's down, we're working on it. Stuff like that. Twitter had a lot of good uses. I know a lot of people bash Twitter, and they have validity in doing so, but it actually irritates me how much the actual good that Twitter was has just been kind of thrown out the window. Tell me, do you think you can fix the world with the sun? I've been getting mixed messages. I know. What do you think? I think I should listen to Runner. Runner helped me get this far. I'll take care of it. What do you mean by that? It means whatever you think it means. Okay. Absolutely, Master Man. As sad as it sounds, well, there might be more. I wouldn't know. I haven't used Twitter since May of last year. But I agree with the idea that there needs to be a universal news thing, for lack of a better way to put that. There needs to be one thing that, you know, national leaders can go to and say, hey, there's a hurricane coming. Hey, we have this fire that's currently spreading in this area. Hey, there's a train that exploded on this thing. You know, that's more or less something that should exist. Yeah, the digital town crier, exactly. That's valid and useful. Questions? Yep, okay, sure. Yeah. Oh, there we go. I have this book. I think it's written in some sort of words I don't recognize. Let me see. Oh, of course. Of course. More work for George. Fine. Hey, kid. Looks like I'm going to translate this for you. Might take a while. Okay. I know that feeling, kid. I haven't had a good night's sleep in weeks. Yeah, you and me both. You know what? I have a guest room in the attic down the hall. Go take a nap. Just looking at you getting tired is making me tired. Thanks. Fine, take a nap. Oh, and to clarify my statement more, the reason I keep using past tense is because I have no knowledge about present tense. I'm not going to say Twitter is used for that when I don't know if that's a true statement. Make sense? I try not to open my gob if I don't know what I'm talking about. I still screw up from time to time, but I try not to. Gosh, it's... Oh, no! Wait, what? Hey, runner? I guess you saw my dream? Yeah. It was... Come on, let's go. Okay! End communication. There, finally, the translation's done. Well, that was faster than I thought. You're like, yeah, you've been asleep for hours. Anyway, looks like this journal's meant for you. Here, read it yourself. Greetings, runner. If you can read this, if you can finally read this, it means you are near the tower. The tower is the domain of an elusive entity. This being is connected to our world. For now, you can think of it as the spirit of the world. It has no physical form, but can communicate through computers and other machinery. You know of who I am talking about, of course. Yeah, it's called the Ghost in the Machine. When you first arrived here with our savior, it no doubt contacted you right away. Through its own means, the entity will guide the both of you to the tower. The entry room is at the tower's base. Not only do you need the sun there, but the 3 pieces of the previous sun. The savior will not be able to do anything there. You, runner, on the other hand. Look at the pattern on the floor. Do as it says. The window will be gone, so you need to bring it back. Did you do this? No. You're on your own, kid. I'm not sure what window means here. Maybe Ron will figure that one out. Wait, what does it mean by 3 pieces of the previous sun? I only have the sun. Do I have to explain everything? It's just a fancy word for objects containing yellow phosphor. You know, the stuff that glows yellow. I do have a piece of amber and a feather. They fit the description, right? Yeah, but you only have 2 of them. They're super rare. So not likely to find something like that on the ground. Right. Okay, here, you can have this. Looks kind of like you. What? Never seen dice before? No. I mean, yes. I mean, it's just... Never mind. Anything else? I'm good, thank you. Off you go, then. Don't screw this up, okay? Screwing it up. I mean, we already took a night break, so yeah. We've already failed. I should have renamed this stream 2-Shot. Runner, do you remember where the cafe is? No. No, good. I'm asking because I'm a little hungry. Actually, I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten anything since I got here. Is it okay if we get some food before we enter the tower? Sure. Up we go. Give me delicious food. Did you manage to fix the elevator? Mm-hmm. Runner and I went to the surface already. And... Well, I remember there being a cafe here. Do you have pancakes? We sure do. Wait, I don't have any money. Maybe I can help you wash the dishes or something? No, it's on the house. Least I can do for the savior, right? Why don't you take a seat? I'll fry some up for you. Fried pancakes. These pancakes are so good. Thank you so much. No problem. You looked really hungry. Yeah, I thought this would be my last chance to eat something before I go to the tower. Gotcha. I guess pancakes are your favorite food? Uh-huh. Oh, almost. My favorite food in the world are the special pancakes my mama makes. She likes to pick hazelnuts and grind them up into the batter. That sounds amazing. They taste amazing. I always made them when I was feeling sad. Or lonely, or... Well, had to happen. We got homesick. I just have a bad feeling all of a sudden. Am I even here to save the world? People have been saying how the sun won't fix anything. I don't even know why I'm here. I just want to see my mama again. There. It's gonna be okay. I'm sure you'll be able to save the world. You're a tough kid. You managed to get this far already, right? Just put some red flags here. One over there. Okay, we're cool. You'll be able to go home afterwards, right? Alright. Hey, want some more pancakes? No, I'll be fine. I'm gonna steal Bregman's waffles, though. Thanks for listening. And for the pancakes. No problem. Good luck. Star Fox voice. Good luck. I don't think we have much of a timeline, Trihexia. Could be wrong, though. You know what I could go for right now? Crepes. Did I eat breakfast? I did. Oh, that's... How did you get this? This robot lady in the Barrens gave it to me. She looked kind of like you. I see. That's supposed to be such a breakthrough, you know? I even based around myself so I'll know it works. Breakthrough. Yeah, we wanted to build a robot that acts like a person and thinks like a person. A robot that isn't bound by its own code. But it turns out you can't really build something like that. Too many contradictions in the code made her unstable. It was the only time I've ever seen a robot go rogue. Scariest day of my life, tell you what. But she seemed so nice, even if she talked a little weird. She's been repaired for some time now. My friend was able to stabilize her volatile state through his own means. Real miracle work with that. After he was through, she ended up turning out just like I wanted. But the damage is already done. I gave up on her back then. We all did. I'm sure she realized that. And now she won't ever come back. She won't even answer my letters. I'm sorry. Sorry for rambling. You should hold on to that amber, okay? I will. What playlist would I add this music to if I was to do so? Probably the Darkness playlist, I think. Which is mostly about peaceful, restful music. Hey, Melkor. Hey, Spartan. Hey, Zazojo. Oh. Thank you for the bit. As always. If you would like to put that towards up to 3 things for future streaming, please let me know. Age of Empires blah. You can also put it towards genres if you don't want to put it towards something specific. Or dealer's choice. Yeah, I think I'm going to agree with the Darkness playlist. No pun intended, really. Because again, the Darkness playlist is all about just soothing, relaxing music to fall asleep to. This is the kind of music that you could overlay some rain sounds over, you know? Let's see. I don't know where to go. Oh, tell me about it, Melkor Blade. Which one did you play? Please tell me it wasn't 14. Just disturbance detected from ground access elevator. Issue quick resolve itself before investigations can take place. I do hope you enjoy it, Spartan. I suppose it's a meaningless statement, but it's still true. Lord knows you've got some time to get settled into FF14, because we've got another week and a half before we get to it. Actually, probably closer to 2 weeks at this point. Actually, yeah, Act. I don't think it's going to score very highly, because games like this tend to not score very highly, but... generally speaking, yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of exposed stuff on my cover chairs. Okay. Probably not, Mortal. Doesn't feel like a first game. Feels more like a third or fourth iteration of something. Is this the inside of the tower? It's a lot darker than I thought. Wait, where's the sun? Runner, do you know what happened to the sun? Runner? Runner! Come on, Runner, say something. Runner! What's going on? You asking me, kid? Oh yeah, I can move now. I actually have no idea, Spartan. I've never done anything with level boosting in FF14. Although I will say, never use an alt. Never make an alt in FF14. Hello, Nico. Hello? Congratulations, you're now inside the tower. Are you talking to me now? Correct. You were always talking to Runner before. Runner has already left. I had to resort to contacting you directly. Wait, so Runner's gone? Just like that? Correct. For good? Correct. Runner has already finished their mission. And so have you, Nico. You can rest now. Everything that's happened here is like a bad dream. When you wake up, you'll be home. Oh, but what's wrong? I thought there'd be more to it, you know? I thought we were supposed to go to the top of the tower. There was supposed to be somewhere to put the sun in. And now I don't even have the sun anymore. Runner's just gone. This feels wrong. But you did good. You saved the world, Nico. Are you not happy? I guess I am, but it's just... never got to say goodbye to Runner. Alright, whatever, good night. Game over. And as for you, Runner, we're done here. Please don't return to this world anymore. And the game closes itself. So, let's see what happens if we just launch the game again. The game immediately closes itself. Okay. Now, the good news here is I have a walkthrough. Because there's this thing called a walkthrough. So hang on, hang on. So what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to start this exe, move this up into the side, and then play this game again. Yeah, I was actually talking to a friend of mine about this type of game last night. I call them meta games because I don't know what else to call them, honestly. It's games where, you know, fiddling with the controls or interacting with the game and some kind of external force is the point, right? That's what a meta game is. Again, I don't want to go into specifics of details because that spoils a lot of those games, but there's definitely a lot of these that got really, really prolific for a while there. As recently as I'd say like within the last 6 years. I don't remember what specific game blew the lid off of the concept of metagames. It might have been Undertale. But what's funny is Undertale is not something I would call a metagame. I know what you're thinking, but it totally is. No, not really. Undertale has certain side optional fun stuff that you can do for the hell of it with regards to the meta-ing. But in terms of actually like having to, for example, launch another exe file in order to be able to progress the game, that's not the kind of thing Undertale does. Undertale, I'll even give this away. Undertale does a thing where at one point it closes the game on you, and then if you relaunch the game, you know, it's like, oh my god, your save's been erased, but it actually hasn't. That's all just, that's smoke and mirrors, right? That's part of the story. And yeah, if you do actually decide to turbo erase your save, it'll actually say, hey, this is what this is going. By contrast, a metagame is you leave the game, hence the meta, and you go to your documents folder and you delete a folder. That's a metagame. And yeah, I've seen a few of those. Anyways, I'm sorry. Getting off topic. Nico. Hello, runner? Was that you just now? I thought I heard your voice in my dream. You're still not there. All right, there's something in my pocket. I don't remember putting it in there. The clover. Okay. Yeah, that's borderline Blade Duval. But that is still the same idea. Physically closing your DS to progress through the game is kind of the same concept as a metagame. I don't think so, Melkor Blade. I'm not sure what instance you're talking about. You're still here. Nico, why are you still here? You! Why did you come back, Runner? I told you to stay away. You knew I tried to cut the story short. Is that it? You want more out of me? Is that it? Fine! If you don't want to leave, I'll make sure you never do. I know you can't see it. You're never... Oh my god. Hang on. Hang on. Okay. Back then I told you about the entity as little as possible. Give me a second. I think this might actually not work correctly. Well, again, it's its own thing, Mortal. It's a meta game. Hang on. Come on, line up. There we go. Okay. Apologies for that. I didn't want to put the librarian in danger. Sorry, this is kind of weird to do. This being has a habit of silencing the people who learn of its true nature. Regrettably, I have seen it happen to dear friends. But don't worry, the entity cannot touch you. Nor can it do anything to me. I already left the world on my own terms. I never meant for the entity to exist. But now that it's fully sentient, one thing became clear. No! There we go. The entity seeks death. Death to itself, death to the world. A relentless desire that manifests physically. You've already seen the scars. Right now, the entity is doing everything it can to impede your progress, stalling for even a few minutes. Before you inevitably bring the sun to the tower summit. That's where you, God, will make the final judgment for this world. I mean, it's in the name, mortal, come on. And when it does, it will trick you into shattering the sun, which will end the world instantly. I should explain a little bit what's happening here. Which I think the easiest way to do is actually to just show you. One moment, please. Okay. So here's my screen. Here's the game, way down here. This tiny little postage stamp. See in the lower left by the text, by the chat log? Well, this is the extra EXE. This is where all the extra stuff has been showing up. And if I line it up like that, it tells me which thing to go into, in this case, the left one. See? And then I line it up again, and it tells me to go into this one. This is what I've been doing. See? No, it's not that simple. I am sorry, I don't know what to do in a situation like this. But I think I have to tell you the truth. Which one was that? The sun is the Messiah's tie to the world. Ah, crap, I screwed that up hard. Actually, I can do this. Oh, God damn it, stop going one step further than I mean to. There we go. As long as the sun is intact, the Messiah remains trapped here. Yeah, the fixed resolution suddenly makes a little bit more sense. Also why you want to play this in windowed mode. If it's okay with you, I'm going to get rid of this now. Okay. looks like. Shattered, the sun may terminate the world, but... it is also the only way for the Messiah to return home. Okay, hang on. This is a tricky one. It's okay, I play Minecraft. What, haven't you ever worked with blueprints before? Uh, 2014, I think was the first version of this game. Blade. I'm actually not sure about that. Hang on. Yep, 2014 was the first iteration of this game. The version we're playing came out in 2016 and then got a major content update in 2017. So this game does predate Undertale, but not actually by that much. Actually, I agree completely, Spartan. This feels like Yume Nikki, but, well, better. More cohesive, more thought out. At least on the gameplay axis. Was there gameplay in Yume Nikki? Actually, yeah, exactly, Mr. Red. Like, there's aspects of world building and character and all kinds of other things that I can attach to this game. In Yume Nikki, I have no idea what the hell's going on. Or even if there is, is something going on. So I did not realize things could end up like this. Please forgive me. It's a light bulb. Thank goodness it's safe. I guess Runner isn't coming back. Nico, I'm here. Runner? Yes? Is that really you? I thought you were gone. Well... yeah, which is funny, because it was completely accidental in both cases, Mr. Red. There was no planning for this game to be funded at this point, and there was no planning for Yume Nikki to be funded at that point. We just completely bonkers coincidental into playing Yume Nikki and then this within a week of each other. I never left you. I was right here. Oh, I was feeling a bit scared back there. I thought I was completely alone, but that was silly of me to assume, wasn't it? Well, I guess we need to figure out where to go now, and... the sun. The sun, the sun, the sun, the sun, the sun. Guess I should pick it up, right? Deja vu. Well, the house is in a little bit better repair. Ad finitum. Haha. So, I can already feel the choice coming. Which do you think we should do? Should we destroy the world and let Nico go home, or should we try to save the world? So, you actually made it here. I guess you win, runner. I'll tell you how to save the world, then. When you reach the summit, shatter the light bulb and... I'm just humoring you. I know you've been getting help from a certain someone. He already told you about the choice, didn't he? Are you still planning to save the world, runner? Why are you trying so hard for this? Haven't you figured out what this world is? I told you at the beginning, your mission is to help Nico leave. Because Nico isn't part of this world. Nico's the only thing worth saving here. Final choice is up to you. I can't go against my programming. You only have one shot, runner. If you choose to smash the light bulb, then Nico wakes up back home and it was all a dream. But if you let Nico return the sun, the child will have to bear the weight of this sacrifice. At least tell Nico the truth. You do care about Nico, don't you? No, it makes perfect sense. What we have right now is a world that's probably a simulation, based on what I've been seeing so far. And by all accounts, it seems that the world is shutting down. Server decay or data loss or whatever nonsense you want to come up with where it doesn't actually make sense. Or it doesn't actually matter, excuse me. So, the entity is most likely the AI that's in charge of running this stupid list. Yeah, actually, I've already played Talos Principle, so I'm already kind of on board with this idea. The entity is probably some kind of AI that's in charge of this place that desperately wants to shut down. For whatever reason, I don't know why. The author is someone who obviously doesn't want that. Probably the person who actually programmed the damn thing, if I was to guess. And so, you know, the author is trying to reach out to us in order to try and convince us of what to do. And the machine is trying to convince it to do the other thing. And we're going to have to help poor Nico and blah, blah, blah. And we'll have to make a terrible choice, which either involves Vancini giving me a sub, which is the most horrifying thing to happen today, or we can go ahead and condemn Nico to staying here in order to try and salvage the city or setting. Simulation, whatever. Probably also some vague vibes of what is a matter of sentience, because one of the common themes throughout the entire work has been the idea of robots being tamed, which, the way they talk about it, is very much straight-up droid effect. Empire of Sin, Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, and Resident Evil block. Thank you, Vancini. Always appreciate it. Sure is taking a while. I guess this elevator leads to the top of the tower, runner. You excited, runner? We're finally going to save the world. I know it's for real this time because you're here. And then I'll get to home for real this time, too. I can't wait to see everyone again. You okay, runner? You seem a little quiet. Nico, I need to be honest with you. We can't save both. The world and you. What's that supposed to mean? To send you home, we must break the light bulb. What? But won't that end the world? Yeah. I don't want that to happen. So what happens when we save the world? What happens to me? You don't? Damn it, Velcro Blade, I swear to God. Final boss is us! This is where the sun belongs. If I put the sun here, we'll be able to save the world, right? But if I want to go home, I'll have to break it. Runner, what should I do? What's the right thing to do? It looks like we have to decide. Well, I'm going to spoil something for you. In order to continue the game, we have to save the world. So, we're going to do that because this is a review. You're right. I can't just leave everyone here to die. Thank you for your help, brother. I promise I'll be okay. Personal choice? I'd let them leave. This isn't going to save the world. They're all going to die anyways. Yeah, the initial ending is one way or another a bad ending. So, I'm going to go ahead and spoil another thing for you. In the original version of this game, there was a timer which would tick down based on your computer clock to March of something. It doesn't actually matter. It's a point in time in which we've passed by like 5 years now. That time, there was an update which added more of the game, which is what we're about to cover. I actually don't know a lot of details about it because I am still trying to avoid spoilers, but it's something called Solstice. I mean, it's an acceptable ending, especially considering it's not. Now, one moment. I've got to go digging for another file. I would kind of wish we had an option to give Nico the choice, but what are you going to do? Okay, hang on. That's a good question, Trax. Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry, you got to give me a second because I got to Google how to start the next run. So forgive me. Okay. So I actually have to delete something. It's not to sound complainy, but this is the third separate and distinct folder I've had to go into now in order to find a file, in order to interact with it. Or what? Oh, sorry. Oh, that got weird. Well, hopefully not too badly. It's all simple text files. It's fairly basic. The biggest problem I have is actually figuring out where the damn files are to begin with. Which is why I keep having to double check and triple check. Okay, so. Now. This explains why there's a console exclusive version for this game. Because all this stuff involves editing and deleting files, which you can't do on a PS4. Well, I mean, you can, but probably shouldn't. No, the narrative. I'm actually trying to figure out how to continue the game. I think I figured it out, though. Okay. That's a new one. There we go. Sorry, the game actually crashed on me there. It's the first real crash we've had. Okay, so give me a second. Felix was apparently a person, by the way. Wait, why did I say that word? Runner. Why does it sound so familiar? Well, you see. Hang on a second. Password hint. Documents. Okay. When did off come out? Whoa, okay. It looks like you were able to remove the restriction. In that case, you're ready to continue the necessary preparations already in place. This session might run a different course depending on your actions. If you can recognize my symbol, you will know what you should do. I confess it'll be risky. The probability the entity's condition will worse is quite high. If that happens, then... look at me. Asking you for favors, only to become so apprehensive once you agreed. I understand if you want to leave some questions unanswered. I understand if you don't believe in a happy resolution. I understand if you're simply afraid of what might happen, because I am afraid too. If you enjoy the world as is, you are satisfied with the story as is. If you really don't want to see anything change for better or worse, then pretend you never saw this. Carry this session as you normally would. Do not use my journal for anything other than what you are already familiar with. This option will remain for you, though. That's why I implore you to consider. The Messiah, the world, my children, they deserve their good ending. Thank you for listening. Goodbye. Okay, so... Oh, ha 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 ha. The password is... You found me. Why? You're already too late. Not much of the world remains. This will be apparent once you go outside. This place is never worth saving. Just don't want to try. Remember this. Your action will affect Nico. Your mission is to help Nico leave. No, this doesn't feel right at all. Have we already been through this, runner? That should be impossible. You only had one shot. It wasn't supposed to exist after that. I told you. 2 shot. Runner? That sounds so familiar. Fingers crossed, Linnerith. Hello, anyone? Okay, so. The journal's just right here immediately, by the way. I do love color puzzles. You know what I just realized that reminds me of? Assuming I'm right about the greater lore of the setting. Tron. Think about it. The MCP. Nothing new so far. I'm paying attention, I swear. I mean, I was referring to the original Tron. I actually haven't seen the sequels. I'm not sure why I called out the name Runner, but then I saw it on a computer too. That'd be our god. No, I'm not. Oh my god. So he reaches out to me. Have we met before? Yes. I don't know who you are, though. It's just a weird feeling I have. I bet I'm just being silly. Sorry, but it's nice to meet you. Don't worry, I kind of reset reality, and from my perspective, we've already been through this song and dance, but from your perspective, you've never met me before. Don't worry about it. The good news is it looks like, because I actually do have a walkthrough, at this point I'm just using a walkthrough. It looks like it won't be long until we get to new content. We need... Let's do this first. Is it this way? gotta say, I'm enjoying this game a lot more than I'm just using a walkthrough. I don't enjoy feeling lost in games. I was actually thinking about that yesterday. It doesn't matter the game. If I feel lost, it just, I don't know, it's a weirdly uncomfortable feeling. I don't know how better to describe that. Not something I enjoy. That light bulb. I'm not a cat. I'm a person. Cats walk on 4 legs. Not always. You should die. We're all going to die. Everything's dead. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. That's why I described it as feeling lost. I don't mean like navigating a maze for the first time. I can enjoy a proper maze, you know? Or exploring a world for the first time or whatever, or just roaming, trying to see what's out there. I get into that vibe. What I don't like is when I'm like, well, now what? You know, I don't know how better to describe that sensation. What am I doing, you know? That's new. No, it's not. Never mind. That's old. Okay, so new content ahoy. You okay? You're starting to black out. You saw something? It's like a really short dream just now. Oh, yeah, something like a robot with a yellow eye. That's strange. You sure you're okay? Yeah. You know, now that you mention it, there's a robot always insisted on going back to the abandoned mines, despite how long the mines have been in disrepair. I hope he's okay. He doesn't look broken or anything, but I didn't really see him, you know what I mean? Like I said, it was just a dream. He was up close. Sounds like some kind of visual glitch. Or hallucination. Whatever it is that living beings have. Does the robot you know of have a yellow eye? I don't think I've seen any other robots like that. I would not know. I never met him. Only heard of him from a friend of mine. Your friend, huh? Hold on, something in my pockets. Zoom, 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 zoom. That wasn't going before. What is this? That was going to be my question. Where'd you get that book? It was with me when I woke up at the house. I didn't really question it at the time. I flipped through a couple of pages, but I don't understand a word. That's just something messiahs are supposed to wake up with? No, I've never heard anything like that. But I know who wrote the book. Oh? However, I've only seen the books with the black clover on the cover. If you went through the trouble putting the yellow phosphor on it, the fact that you woke up with it in the first place really has me intrigued. Yellow phosphor? Oh yeah, that's the rare phosphor that people think the sun is made of, right? Wait a minute, how do I know this? I don't think anyone told me about it. I can show you if you'd like. My friend gave me this a long time ago. Pretty. Looks like there's a clover in the necklace too. Like the book. Well, it is the same person. Ooh, that's why I think this journal would be important. You said it just started glowing? Yeah, that was right after your vision then. This has to mean something. Maybe you should at least try to read it again. Okay, let's try and read it again. Oh, this page looks like a drawing of this room. Maybe it's telling us we should come here, which we already did. So we're on the right track, yay! Let's try that again, but over here. And now there's a mine cart. What just happened? I'm not sure, I wasn't looking. To be honest, neither was I. I was just taking a closer look at the journal. I found this page. It looks like a drawing of the room. Ah! And when I looked back, the minecart just showed up out of thin air. Should I be worried? This looks like a standard issue minecart, though, which means it likely detected the motion in the room and sent itself over. Ah, makes sense. I'm just surprised it still works. Guess it means we'll have a working vehicle for now. Not sure why you'd want to go visit the deeper mines, but if you wanted to, we have the option. Is the minecart going to fit the both of us? No, but I want you to come with us. I know I've got runner, but honestly, this place gave me the creeps. Oh, I can still come with. I would just have to follow along on the rails. It doesn't look a little precarious. The magnetic rail can hold me in place. It's only ever dangerous to walk on if you're an organic being. Which you are. Gotcha. Let's do it then. place in the protocol. This isn't what's supposed to be. I'm supposed to be showing you it all. How did you get here? I can only think of one person. He contacted you? How long has he been doing this? Doesn't matter at this point. You're going out of bounds. You should turn back. Please turn back. Bad things are going to happen. Very bad things. At this rate, Nico will be in danger. Please turn back. And onward we go. Yay! Ba ba da ba 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 da ba ba da ba. Oh, the cart stop. Looks like this is as far as the tracks go. So, where are we? One of the old observation rooms. Looks like it's still mostly intact. What? Huh? The terminal just reactivated, but the power was cut off so long ago. Weird. Maybe it runs on battery? Oh, that's not it. Whatever it is, I need to investigate. Okay, will you be okay by yourself for a bit? Don't worry, Runner's with me. Alright. Stay safe. Stay frosty. Looks like these terminals are running on a completely separate power source. I can't really recognize the data formats on this terminal either. It's all new, or at least encrypted. I've been debating that, Mr. Red. I haven't decided yet, and that's the honest answer. I recognize the light in your eyes. You are the person I am destined to meet. What is your name? I'm Nico. Do you know who sent you? No? Wait, do you mean who sent me to this world? There was a robot a while back who told me about how I'm the Messiah and stuff. I'm guessing Runner sent me, with them being God and all. The robot looks a little bit like you, even. Maybe you know each other? I cannot say. A lot of my memories have been removed for safety reasons. Your memories were removed? That's terrible! Wait, I'm guessing that's less of a big deal for a robot. I'm going to assume you do not know who sent you. How did you get here, then? You know, I don't remember if we brought that up, Spartan, but I'm not sure I did. If I did, it would have been at the very, very beginning. How did you get here, then? How did you reach this room? Oh, we got here in a minecart. But the minecart wasn't there when you entered the mines, was it? Oh, yeah. So how did you find it? I didn't really find it. The robot lady thinks it's just the minecart coming to us. I remember looking at the journal and then it happened. When I looked up again, the minecart was just there. Poof! Just like that. Interesting. Please show me this journal. Okay. I am the super optional boss. It has already begun. Here. What is that? I am entrusting you with my main memory disk. You have passed the first test by showing me the book. Now you'll need to find a way to install the backup. Install it. Before you do that, though, someone else is with you, right? Someone aside from Runner? A resident of this world? Yeah, the robot lady with the red hair. She's in the computer room right now. Then please do not tell her you found me. At least not yet. I can't be seen like this. Okay? Please help me restore my memory. Bring the disk back when you have the backup. Okay. So this involves some backtracking. Or what's funny is I actually figured this out immediately, regardless of walkthroughness. Because what you do is you go back to all the buildings before, which are all labeled with numbers, and you figure out which one is supposed to be for which purposes. Remember that? There was like the factory, and then there was the medical place. You just check the numbers and you say, aha. But next time. We don't have time. Map reconfiguration successful. Preparing backup. Writing to disk. 26% click lead. 34%. 40%. 100%. Wow, that's fast. Does this work? Let's see. Inserting disc. Into his forehead, apparently. You okay? Sure. So I guess it worked? Yes, I believe a proper introduction is in order. I am the prototype, originally named ProfitBot. I was built to greet the savior of the old world. Wait, a prophet robot like the one I met? Yeah, I was right about you guys looking alike. Well, the ProfitBot out there is a gross simplification of my design. That's to say, he's much more primitive by comparison. Embarrassingly so. He seemed alright to me. You don't understand. Not only is he not tamed, he was tailor-made for this much smaller, simpler world to begin with. I was not. I was built before the real world ended. The real world? Oh, right. You don't know. Nico, do you remember the ending? Excuse me? The fact that you found me at all means this is not your first time in this world. You've already been summoned to this world once before. In fact, you've already traversed the entire world and gone through the tower already. And in the ending, you either put in the sun or didn't. What matters is you're here now. The runner has successfully bypassed the one-shot restriction and brought you back again. Oh. I thought something was weird. When I woke up at the house, I called out a name. It turned out to be Runner's name. And then back at the other robot, I even asked Runner if we met before. Felt like such a dumb question at the time. Looks like you were at least aware of it, to some extent. It's just this weird feeling, okay? I don't actually remember going through the world. I just remember Runner. It's really starting to freak me out. Calm down. Look, just like how my memories were locked away, yours are too. But you're a living being. You don't need extra hardware to remember. Just close your eyes and focus. Focus on what? Try to picture a big room made entirely of glass. No matter what you saw in the tower, the top room never changes. Alright. No way. I was there, wasn't I? Tower. I've been through the tower. There we go. I can't remember all that much, but the room with the sun, it feels like such a long time ago. Yeah, like, God, 20 minutes? It doesn't make sense. I've already finished the mission. Why did anything change? Why does anyone know me? Their ProfitBot, the robot lady, none of them remember who I am. Of course not. The residents do not have that capacity. NPC memories do not last beyond the scope of a session. NPC? You know, the characters, the world's residents. All their past memories are built into their code, but the characters themselves don't really exist until Runner wills it. Same story for the world itself. It doesn't really exist until Runner initiates the program. The program? Yeah, the world machine. A universe simulator that runs on Runner's computer. We're all in it right now. Meta. Sorry. So we're not real? Oh, you are. Which is why you're so important. The biggest flaw of the program is it cannot be run independently. It requires the mental processing abilities of a real person from another universe. Alt F4! No, think of it like one of your dreams. When you wake up, it's gone. But unlike a dream, the world has a physical location inside a computer, which Runner operates. For this world to continue existing around you, Runner has to be in constant contact with you. If Runner ends the program, the world will go into stasis. Does Runner know this? Of course. From Runner's perspective, the world machine isn't all that special. It's no different from other recreational game-type software they have installed on their computer. Game. They can also regenerate the world as many times as they like, now that the restriction is nullified. All that is consistent with their concept of what a computer game looks like. So why am I even here? Why am I even supposed to save if everything is just fake? Fake is a harsh word, but... And why did Runner never tell me anything about any of this? I cannot speak for Runner. I just want to go home. Every time Runner runs a program, I come back? Correct. This is why I feel like I haven't been home for so long. It's been years. It's been 84 years. Once you've established a mental link with the world, you cannot break it unless the world is saved. But at this point, the world can never be saved. That's... Why would you create a world like this? Wait, what? Why would you make a world that's doomed from the beginning? You know, I've asked a lot of game developers the same goddamn question for a lot of years. Okay, I've got this idea for a world that's completely doomed and nothing will ever get better ever. Okay, why? What? Why? We'll call it Diablo 4. I mean, wasn't that yesterday we were talking about that? Might have been 2 days ago. I don't know. Why do you keep bringing me back to it? Runner, aren't you supposed to be a kind god? Dude, I don't even have any power. I don't know what you're on about here. Oh, it appears we have some confusion here. Runner did not build the world. Oh. Runner only owns a machine that's able to generate the world from pre-existing code. They actually have fairly limited control of the events. The world was built by someone else altogether. Someone you cannot begin to fathom. Cthulhu? It was also not designed to be the futile quest that it is now, but too many things went wrong. There's a type of signal disruption you never expected. It's eating away the world, slowly rendering it an unrecognizable mess. Even if you bring back the sun, it will not go away. The square stuff, isn't it? I remember those from before. Then you know what to watch out for. The creator knows what might be causing it, but there's nothing he can do. Until now. You managed to find me, after all. You being here was due to his help. Oh, I guess it has something to do with the journal? Correct. Looks like he wants to have one final attempt at fixing it. He might need to do it through you. Nico, do you remember how to get to the Glen? Whatever you did in the last session, you should stick with it for now. Remember a boat? More specifically, fixing a robot that drives a boat? Alright, go do that. You seem enthusiastic. That was sarcasm. Knowing everything isn't real really does make it feel pointless. But you do want to go home, right? Yeah, but how will I know this isn't just another because this session might be the last one? The creator's mobilizing things, throwing everything into this one last shot. Get it? There might not be enough internal resources left for Runner to generate another session after this. Just go fix the robot for now. But please, be careful. What about you? I will meet you at the docks later. Need to take care of something first. Okay. Thank you, Gonmon. Always appreciate those subs. As a reminder, if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. You can also put it towards genres now if you're not sure of a specific thing and don't want to just give it to dealer's choice. Ah, tracks, yeah. Yeah, that was a hell of a story dump. You absolutely can, Gonmon. Remember, you can put it towards 2 more things, too. Plural voting is in effect, and has been for almost 2 years now. I think. It's been a while. But it doesn't work that way, Gonmon, but sure. I'll put the other 2 towards dealer's choice. It's one of the reasons we started adding the genre concept. If you're more interested in a genre as opposed to, you know, a specific thing. You okay in there? I did what I could with the terminals for now, and... It's you. You know the robot that insisted living in the mines, are you not? My friend told me to keep an eye out for you should we ever cross paths. Likewise. Your friend gave you something the last time you saw each other. Can you show me what it is? Wait, you know about the amber? I just asked to see it, didn't I? Alright, here it is. Thought so. He seemed to trust you, so I'll treat you as an ally as well. Okay? Please listen carefully. You need to escort the Messiah for the remainder of the Barons. I predict a high concentration of square particle disruptions in the near future. No way. Yes. Way. likely that structures in the vicinity of the Messiah might be affected, making it far more treacherous pilgrimage than the previous expectations. Runner and the Messiah need all the extra help they can get right now. Understood. Okay. Guess we should head back soon. Even without the squares, the mines are not a safe place to be. Come on, I'll wait for you outside. Wait, I wanted to ask you... Okay. If you were going to ask her about being not real, save your breath. None of the people here know their predicament. In fact, I don't think they can even comprehend it. It'd be in your best interest to just pretend like we never had this conversation. Causing mass confusion in the world's residents would likely result in unfavorable conditions for you. Alright. Wait, what about you? How did you know? We never had this conversation, remember? Cute. I mean, it's not New Game Plus, really. But, yeah. No more than ending 2 is actually a second ending of Nier Automata. I remember it, what happened in the tower. What I tried to do and how you managed to see through it all. We have been through all this. Even though it was only supposed to run once, you still managed to come back. How did you come back? How did you bring Nico back? And then you managed to break out of bounds. Bringing Nico to places that never should have been. It was him, wasn't it? Now, Nico's upset. What even happened in that room back there? What did Nico learn? Nico's upset. I can feel it. I told you to turn back, Runner. But you've chosen to trust that man instead of me. No, not even that. Just his book. His ghost. This world is not real. The people are not real. Nico is upset. Nico is... No. Everything is wrong. The minecart. Earthquake. The tunnel back out just collapsed. No! What are we gonna do? Wait. The exit just caved, didn't it? I saw this coming, but this is a bit more sudden than I anticipated. Both of you, follow me. Where to? The way out. Yeah, we have fast travel. That would be funny if that's actually the solution. Okay, all of us are here. There's an emergency exit behind my computer terminal. We do not wish anyone to stumble upon this route, so the terminal has been weighed down. It cannot be moved by normal means, but with our combined effort, it might budge. Maybe. I am not strong. I'm not that strong either. If that doesn't work, we might need to dig around it, and you could have just asked. She's super strong. Phew. Come on. Show off. I don't even know where this tunnel leads. I would appreciate if you don't linger here. There wasn't any date on the path to the server room. Yeah, it's new. Nico, get in the minecart. Okay. Good morning, Ross. I tried. I really did. But I... Sorry, Nico. I tried to protect you. But I can't hold it off forever. What's that? Here too? Watch out! Are you okay? I'm fine. I can still hold it up, but you two need to... Ugh. You, robot. What are you waiting for? Take the child and get out. Come on. What about her? No, what do we do? You have to take this. What? The memory disk, but... This is where we part ways. Nico, the path ahead will lead you to the glen, right by the city gate. When you're in the city, go to find someone who needs Cedric and give him the disc. What if the squares... Hurry. They're both... Yeah, they're turbo dead. They're actually worse than dead. Brother, I don't understand. The world, the prophet bot, what he was saying, is this really just... Is it? No. You're just saying that. Well, I wouldn't believe it, but it just adds up. Everything adds up. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. If I can't fix the world, I can't go back, but the world's already so messed up, and if the squares don't get fixed, what'll happen to the world? Where do I even go? Look, I know you're an 8-year-old child, but can you go right now? 2 people just worse than died to make sure you can get out of here, so could you hurry, please? You can have the existential crisis in a minute. Right now, you need to go. God damn it, Nico. I remember something. I remember what I did at the end. I remember putting in the sun. Everything got really bright. I remember a lot of the details. None of it matters now, does it? I just got brought back anyway. In fairness, I kind of had to delete a few files to make that happen. So, you know. Yes, Czar. Looks like parts of the ground are missing. I wonder if it's safe to walk across the vines. They're safe. I have lost communication with the Guardian outside the city gate. The big robot, right? Please help me check on them. I cannot leave my station. Okay. Yeah, more like out-of-game files. Isn't that the city gate? It's, yeah, it's getting hit by those data cubes from Kingdom Hearts. Please do not approach. The gate is closed until further notice. Worse than dead. Alright, cool. There's squares all over the big robot. That is outside my capacity for help. You may proceed to the deeper ruins. Thanks, I think. Yeah, the simulation's having some issues right now. Pathway's blocked. By blocks! Wait a minute, I remember something about this. Thank you, Nico. Never knew it'd be so easy. Oh, my foot. Ow! Oh, the door. I knew we'd lose our home eventually, but wasn't expecting it to happen so soon. Oh, jeez. Are you guys okay? Oh, my stars. You're the savior. It's an honor to meet you. Yes. I'd invite you inside, but as you can see, your home is... It's got squares in it. Yes, Alula, thank you. It's getting everywhere now, isn't it? Hmm? Squares. There are way more than before. Even the gate to the refuge is destroyed now. That didn't happen last time. Last time? Nothing. Just let that slip, runner. Guess I should introduce myself again. My name is Nico. Nico. Gosh, how rude it would be to call you by your name. No worries, Calamus. How'd you know my name? Not again. The Messiah just knows things, Calamus. It's fine, right? Yes, of course. Whew. You were saying about the gate? Oh, right. Looks like I can't get into the city through the old gate anymore. Do either of you know another way in? I heard there's a hidden passage around here somewhere. Oh, the passage in the burial grounds. That's the one. But not sure if that's any use here. It's been flooded for a long time, but there's no boat. Not to mention the burial grounds itself is pretty far from the city. That's okay, I'd still like to see it. It's the only lead we have. Alright, in that case, please follow us. Okay. To be honest, I wouldn't have thought to backtrack here, so backtrack we shall. Savior, you're here to see me? What happened to you? Hold on. I need to concentrate. The islands will collapse if I don't do something. That's why the vines... You're making the vines grow. Is that why there are vines everywhere? Are you trying to hold the land together? My powers. It's the best I could do, yes. That's... Should I leave the sun here for you? I know you wanted to see it. Tempting, but I mustn't. The sun brings me comfort, but stress is good. For this, fear is good. Makes me stronger. Gives me focus. If I'm at ease, the vines might retreat. They're all in danger, Savior. The villagers, the children. My final hours mustn't go to waste. People deserve to live, even for just another day. Do not worry, I am fine. Yeah, but it went a little bit differently this time, Sovicom. Last time she wanted to be comforted by it, and consequently the vines receded, which gave us access to new areas. Now she's trying to hold on to her pain in order to make the vines grow, which will give us access to new areas. Usually get to the burial grounds through our friend, but he hasn't been here in forever. Well, this courtyard will be where we meet up. I hope he comes back soon. I sure hope not, Savicom. I don't have time to play this game a million times. Nico, what's wrong? You look like you're about to faint. It's not the first time it's happened. Oh? Earlier I was in the Barrens and I saw something like this too. It was a dream, but only for a split second. Sounds like a vision. Something a prophet would see. I guess. The robot lady I was with earlier had a fancy word for it, though. Wait. Let me check something. That's right. Huh? When I had the vision, the book started glowing too. I wanted to see if I could get it to happen again, and where'd you get that? I had it with me when I woke up in the world. Looks like one of our friends' books, except it's glowy. Yeah, that's what the lady said too. Let's see if we can do anything with the journal in this room. How did the boat get here? Okay, I'm pretty sure it has to do with the journal now. The exact same thing happened at the Barrens. Seriously? Yeah, the journal is glowing, so I wanted to take a closer look at it, and I found a page that looks like a drawing of the room, and then a minecart showed up. What? What? That sounds freaky. No, it doesn't. Runner must have done something. Still. Hey, we have a boat now. We can go to the burial grounds and visit Mom again. But, come on, Calamus. Nico and Runner are with us. If Runner made the boat appear, it should be safe. It's not safe. What do you think, Runner? I am the wrong person to ask that question. I would lean far more towards Professor Xavier. Magneto's side of the argument has never been tenable. For whatever valid points he has, he just uses them to push his own extremism, and in some cases, tyrannical powers. Professor Xavier's at least trying to find some kind of long-term solution for the two species to coexist. Lehensher always just wants to dominate. Or genocide. My mutant power would be save states. Boop. The more options, the better. We made it. Come on, Alua. Let's go pay our respects. Okay. Yeah, I've put some thought into it, Act. This is her grave. It's been years, but it's still hard, you know. Alula, want to help me look for the flowers for Mom later? Yes. Mom, you're not going to believe what happened today. We met the Messiah and... Hi, Nico. Hi. I mean, if I had an ideal way, what I would do is I would have an infinite number of save states. Probably literally just numbered, like save state 37 or save state 18 or whatever. You know, like a save. I would get automatic save state powers. That is to say, anytime I died, I could automatically reload the previous save. And it would only be able to go back as far as when I first got the power. So the first thing I would do, the moment I got the overall power, is immediately make a hard save and just leave it there. Oh, and obviously I retain all knowledge and experience from the saves. Duh. Just like a save. Nothing else, though. It's you. My name's Nico. Ah, nice to finally meet you. No, wait. It's a pleasure to be acquainted at last, Nico. My name is Cedric. Oh, I'm supposed to be looking for you, too. I'm aware. Prototype had contacted me earlier saying that you would be on your way to the city. He did? He sent me a message after his memories were restored. Oh, he told me to wait in the city, but I thought it'd be faster for me to pick you guys up. Turns out that was a terrible idea. Pick us up? Wait, you can fly that plane? What is a plane? The thing behind you. If I didn't retain my memories, it wouldn't be a power at all in Earth. Oh, you mean the flying machine? They're called planes in my world. Oh, I didn't realize they existed in other worlds. Wait, are you the friend Calamus and Alula were talking about? Is this the same flying machine they were talking about? I don't know anyone named Calamus or Alula. I think they're meant to be friends with my father. In previous iterations of your father? He was the original owner of the flying machine. It's one of his greatest inventions, actually. Your dad invented planes? Flying machine. It's cool either way. Thanks. But to answer your earlier question, I am proficient in operating the machine. Something weird happened in the engine when I was in the air earlier. I had to make emergency landing on this tiny island before I crashed into the city wall. You don't, Mad Overlord. You're like, alright, you win. What do you want? You almost crashed? That's terrible. It was not pleasant, I will admit. I wonder if the engine problem has to do with the square particle disruptions. I checked, but there isn't any of the square stuff inside the machine. But I noticed some islands in the Glen are really messed up now. Yeah, they are. I guess I should have listened to Proto in the first place. Say, where is he? You said he was coming with you. Is he still back in the islands? Oh, actually, back at the Barrens, there was a cave-in and a bunch of squares. He and the robot lady, neither of them made it out. No. He did give me this, though. The disc he pulled from his head. Oh! Oh, thank goodness. He gave you his main drive. As long as I have this, I'll be able to bring him back. Really? Yeah, it's gonna be hard, but yeah. You need all three of us for the big door. The first things first. We need to find a way into the city. Right. The city is kind of kaput right now. Yeah, if the machine's working, we can just fly right in there. I've isolated the issue, but I can't repair it with the stuff I have on hand. Oh, what's wrong with it? The battery is dead. It needs gears. Would they be able to fix it if Runner and I help find those things? Maybe. Problem is, Glen isn't exactly a high-tech area. I'm not sure if you'll be able to find anything so specialized here. We'll try anyway. I can't really do anything else right now. Okay. I would rather not have that power, Linnerith. That sounds worse than dying in pretty much every way. Like, no thank you. I know you like to horrifically torture me, Linnerith, but Jesus. And yeah, I'd probably have an emergency knife, just in case. You never know. Thank you very, very much, Pancakes. As always. You ever think about it, like, some games actually have that as a feature. I mean, obviously, Outer Wilds. But, I know some people who, it's just faster to load the autosave, which means dying, so they're just like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna lie down. Ugh. And then, you know, that reloads the save. But it's always amusing to think about what that looks like in lore. Oh no, I forgot to loot that thing 3 rooms back. Alright, zombies! Zombies, come kill me. What? What are you doing? I'm gonna let the zombies kill me. Ugh. Oh god, they're eating me alive. Why would you do that? So, Lords of Magic, Special Edition, the RPG block, and the Resident Evil block. You got it, Pancakes. Right, just jump off a cliff. Ah! Damn it, I spilled the milk. Whoa! Oh my god, it's just milk! What's the issue? I can never bring that milk back. One moment, please. Well, I was going to share my thoughts about that later, Ross. I can tell you about it right now if you'd prefer. It's up to you. I usually like to give those kind of thoughts towards the end because that's when most VOD watchers watch. They'll watch the first bit of the very first VOD, and they'll watch the last bit of the very last VOD. Intros and outros, I'm telling you. But I'm serious, that is actually a trend I've noticed. Don't let me forget, Ross. Okay, sorry about all that. For a game this short, I tend to like to be verbose up front rather than try to lean on it later. Hey, do you know where I can find a battery? Good question. We don't really use electricity in the Glen. But there are robots at the research station. If there's a battery anywhere, they'd know where it is. Gotcha, thanks. Do you know where I can find some gears? Gears? What's that? It's like a dream whisperer. With teeth! A dream whisperer with teeth? That sounds so silly. Like something Magpie would have. Magpie. Yeah, you know, the trader guy. Because Magpie, get it. He collects all kinds of stuff. I mean, he even keeps around broken glass and junk. Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. He's such a weirdo. I just realized I can just do this. Who needs a boat? I have temporal alterations. I think so, Europe, but then again, I've played it like 10 times. In person. I have something to ask you. Looks like most of the bridges around the Glen are broken, and... That's right, the bridges. You need to cross them for your pilgrimage. Would you like me to fix them? Please? Is it possible? Difficult. Bridges are in a very specific locations over water. To ride in the right points, vines need to be very strong, too. An undertaking. But possible. I intend to use the last of my strength. Please stand back. What happened? Are you okay? Are you... I'm going to ask a very out-of-nowhere question. How many of you have ever played the old point-and-clicks from the early 90s and late 80s? Follow-up question. How many of you have played a point-and-click called Star Trek Judgment Rights? It's a terrible game, but as most of the old point-and-clicks were. It's actually not bad on the story axis, but on the gameplay axis, it is trash. It's all the things that you think of when you think negatively about point-and-clicks are in that game, and then some. My personal favorite is the walking speed is like this. Interact. Like, it's got pixel hunting, it's got nonsensical puzzle design, it's got you have to do things in the exact right order or else you're screwed, it's got soft locking, it's got the ability to game over even if you do the puzzle correctly. Like, you can get back to the ship and then be told, yeah, game over. Start over again. I've actually kind of told this story before, but I never beat that game back in the day. I didn't beat it until 2010? Something like that, in the GameFAQs era. Because, you know, GameFAQs existed and I could actually look up what the hell I was supposed to do. Getting a little bit off topic. One of the things that always stuck with me on that, especially because it was the level I was stuck with, which was level 3 of 8, by the way, is Trelane was there. And he was maintaining a World War I scenario in order to, you know, have the drama of his final conflict with Kirk. Which meant there was this guy who was in the trenches, and he would go and fight on the trenches, and he was suffering, obviously, because, you know, he needed to have the drama of the wounded soldiers on the front line. But that's the thing, there was no thought put into that other than wounded soldier on the front line. Very surface level, which was Trelane's shtick, right? Like I said, it was well written. But the thing that always stuck with me is McCoy would go out of his way to try and heal the guy. And there was multiple attempts you could make with multiple tools you had to try and heal him. Nothing ever worked. Because he was a program, effectively, designed to be perpetually dying in the trench. In agony. And something about that really stuck with me. And I was just reminded of it just now because of the Vine woman. It's like, all right, my purpose here is to be the NPC who is on the verge of death in order to, you know, overlay, emphasize the situation that's going on in the Glen. Actually, yeah, Yura, now that you say it that way. A little bit earlier, this was 1993. But no, yeah, it's wild. The other thing I remember about that game is they gave you a phaser, but it's a point-and-click adventure game, which means you can't use it on, like, anything. And that used to piss me off. I'd be like, shh, and it would be like, no, you can't do that. Shh, no, you can't do that. And obviously, you know, there's reasons for that, but even in situations where it would be very logical to use your phaser on something, the game would be like, no, you can't use your phaser on that. Except for one time on the second mission, where you could, the game absolutely out of nowhere let you use your phaser this one time, and as soon as you did, McCoy, it was all fully voiced by the original cast, by the way. In fact, it was the very last thing DeForest Kelley ever acted in, was this game. He has this voice bit where he's like, Jim, no! And there's this big, and then you get the game over screen. My memory's weird. Hello, person. This is the main generator. Hello. Would you happen to know where I can find a battery for a flying machine? It's kind of an emergency. I don't know what a flying machine is, but any sort of large machinery would call a high-capacity power cell. For example, the generator in this room utilizes such a device. Oh, I almost forgot. We had to fix the battery for this thing in the Barrens, didn't we? If this is an emergency for living beings, you can use the battery. 3 rolls. All you guys will lose power, don't you? Maybe Runner and I should find another one. Negative. This is the only battery in Glen powerful enough to use as a standalone unit. If it is a dire situation, do what you must. I like how this is a lot more dour and melancholy. Like, the first time around was effectively just a little romp adventure thing, right? Some quirks, some humor. And then you get to the end, it's like, choose your terrible choice. And this is like, alright, so everyone's dying horribly. And sacrificing horribly. We've already had 3 deaths. Already. The bridge to the forest was just restored. The village evacuee should be able to find better fishing spots there. The plant spirits were looking out for us, isn't she? Yeah. Oh, you've never done Solstice, Ross? Oh. Really? We won't last long now, will we? The sun can't fix the squares. The sun can't restore the land. Mommy's making food for everyone. I want to help her catch fish, but I'm not grown up yet. The land fragmentation is happening faster and faster now, but looks like the vines are slowing it down. You okay? I want to go home. Oh, you're the trader guy. Sure am. You here to trade? Because if you are, I got bad news for you. A lot of my stuff is back in my cart, which was abandoned when I was running for my life. So my collection is very limited right now. I managed to get some of my favorite things before I left, though. Oh, do you have anything like gears? Gears? Like metal spinny things? I don't think I have anything like that. Wait, I do have this box thing you can wind up and play a song. It's a music box. Yeah. I bet there's a lot of little metal bits in there. Oh, that might work. I'm not sure if I want to trade it away. It's one of my favorite things. Aw. Oh, what am I saying? You're the savior. Things have been getting bad around here lately. If I don't help you, I might not even be around much longer. You need this to save the world, right? Take it. Thank you. Right. Keep forgetting fast travel even exists. Sorry. Sorry, I forgot. What parts do we need to find again? Battery and a few gears. Okay. There's the battery. Honestly, I wasn't expecting it. Yeah, it's from the generator. The research station? It's powering all the robots there. I felt bad for taking it. You can always just give it back later. Still need a few gears, though. On the music box, it should have the gears, right? I assume so. This looks like one of the ones my father made. Your dad makes music boxes, too? My dad makes a lot of things. Where'd you get this from, by the way? Traded from the village, gave it to me. Let's see. I remember father saying he used to trade with some of the people here. He didn't always love traveling the world, despite... Well, sorry, started rambling. Gears in there are compatible. It pains me to take it apart. I'm sorry. It's fine. Looks like the flying machine has a chance after all. I just have to assemble the pieces now, but it might take a while. Am I keeping me company? Sure. How's it going? Slow. The connectors in the battery were not designed for this type of engine, so I have to shift around some of the parts. And there's this bolt that keeps getting stuck, and don't worry, I'm making decent progress. We should be able to make it to the city by tonight. If you say so. What will happen when we get there? We need to bring Proto back first. Then we need to go find one more person. You may have already met her, actually. Do you remember her from last time you were in this world? Hey, what does she look like? That's going to sound strange, but she's a fox. Oh, I do remember talking to a fox at one point. You've met Rue? Yeah, the memories are still really blurry, though. Let's see. It's just hard, you know? Proto told me to think of this world like a dream, but then I got so caught up with... I just kind of... forget everything here is supposed to be not real. And then I remember, and then I just get really sad. I know this is for me to go home, but knowing that none of it mattered in the first place, am I just trapped here for no reason? Proto also told me not to ask anyone in the world about this, saying how they don't understand. But what about him? How did he know? How do you know? Aren't you guys all supposed to be code? Well, I'm not sure what to even believe anymore. I wish Rue were here. He'd so much better explaining this sort of thing. I'm doing a terrible job of it. I bet Proto was even less tactful, wasn't he? I'm afraid I must risk selling cows, but please, you need not concern yourself with how real everything is. For now. The plan is already in motion. We cannot allow for distractions. Father's putting everything into this one last run of the world. Last chance for him to fix everything. Your father's involved in the world machine? You could say that. He's totally not the author or anything. You can tell because he's just amazing at everything. Sorry, in order to play this game, I have to stagger my windows very specifically because of how this game is. The acceleration of particle square anomalies was not accounted for at all, though. The patch was only built to accommodate a normal rate they appear, but they're accumulating at frightening speeds now. Proto even lost his body. Thankfully, he gave you the disc just in time. So what happens to him anyways? What happens to anyone who gets caught in the squares? I only know it's bad. But you know how the simulation works, right? How everything is code? Specifically, everything's generated from pre-existing code. Squares cause damage to code. Most of the time, irreversible damage. Father lost some friends in the previous iterations of the simulation. It took him forever to develop the current, much more stable version. You're making it sound like your dad built the simulation himself. Wait, did he? Yeah, but how? If everyone in the world is code, how can he build himself? That's, not really what happened. But what happened? Like I said, you shouldn't concern yourself with... Alright. Did Prototype ever tell you about the old world? He did say something about being built to greet the Messiah of the old world. I was too caught up with the other stuff at the time to think about it. You know, of it at least, then. Alright, here we go. My father, myself, the other two, none of us are part of the simulation itself. Our homeworld, the real world, was actually destroyed a long time ago. In the years leading up to the calamity, scientists from all over the world tried to stop it, but the outlook was bleak. A vague prophecy about a messiah from another world became everyone's last bastion of hope. Prototype, was built to predict the future about specifics of this messiah. But as his predictions turned out, the messiah would not have been able to arrive to our world in time. In fact, the messiah would not have even been born before our world ended. Disheartened, most people abandoned their research and resolved to peacefully live out their final years. But some people did the opposite. Even though saving the world was impossible, they didn't want our existence to be in vain. That's where my father came in. With the last of his resources, he built the most ambitious project yet, the world machine. A large, detailed facsimile of the old world generated from a pool of memories collected from everyone he knew. After a heavy amount of modification and an added narrative, my father was able to convert the entire structure into code. How did that code escape the old world? I have no idea. But I do know that there's no equipment back home that was powerful enough to run the code independently. So aside from standard hardware, it also needed to borrow the mental processing abilities of a living person. Father used himself for that during the initial testing phases. Like I said, it took many iterations for him to make the experience stable enough. But as you can see, even that's breaking down. Father caught on to the issue in the last minute, but did not have enough time to fix it. After the world ended, the code just kind of ended up floating in the void indefinitely, waiting for a willing operator to install it on their own hardware. Runner? Yeah. The operator, Runner, would then generate the universe using the code, becoming God in the process. So Runner was the living person you needed to borrow. No, that would be you. Why me? I should have asked that question a long time ago, shouldn't I? I don't know. We really need to get going. Thanks, Cedric. It's fixed. We can leave in the next 5 minutes if you're ready. Alright. I understand if you're upset, but please try to understand. My father's doing this to help all of us. And that includes you. The fact that you can't even go back home, I'm sure it upsets him greatly. The world means a lot to him, you know? Yeah, it's the world. How does flying work? Wait, don't these machines already exist in your world? You should already know what to expect. Not really. I've only ever heard about them. They're usually a lot bigger than this one. Yeah. Well, a word of precaution before we take to the air. Please try not to panic. It takes a few minutes of getting used to, but it's not hard once you're in the air. I'll try. Oh, I should probably tell Calamus and Alulu I'm going. I mean, those two running over there right now. Nico! Bad news. The boat is gone. What? It's the squares! Looks like they're heading in this direction. That's fast. Calamus, right? Yeah? How bad is it? Doesn't seem to be of immediate danger. Then it's a priority that I take you to the city first, Nico. What about them? I can make a detour later and drop you guys off in the city too if you want. The city's better equipped to handle the squares. You'll be safer there. You're taking us to the city? If you wish. Oh, yeah! Alright. I'll be back here in an hour, so please wait for me until then. Yeah, no, they're dead. You guys are sure you'll be fine here? Although, actually, that's an interesting question. Can the plane support the additional weight of 2 people? Because that was a calculation in the old biplanes, but I don't know. Squares are still moving pretty slowly for now. Alright then, guess we'll run into each other again soon. Alright. I think he's enjoying himself. Whew, made it. You okay there? Bug! You okay there? That was the coolest thing I've ever done in my entire life. Yeah, reactions from first-timers are always delightful to watch. Hey, Runner. That was really fun. Did you have fun, too? I mean, you weren't on the plane with me, but you got to watch at least, right? And Cedric? Yeah. Thanks. What for? Flying. Oh, you're welcome? And for answering my questions back there, too, and for telling me more about the world machine. I'm just really sorry about what happened to your old world, though. So I'll help you the best I can. And even if it's all just a machine, this world is still nice. I mean, I got to fly. I got to see the ocean. To meet a lot of nice people. People like you. And Prototype, even if he's broken right now. I'm glad you're taking it so well. And I'm glad you have met you as well. Despite the circumstances. Speaking of Proto, I should probably head off now. I need to go pick up the siblings, too. That's true. Those two have been waiting for a while now. In the meantime, do you remember what to do to get to the surface? I remember having to fix the elevator button. Alright, attend to that then. Let's meet up in an hour, okay? Got it. Alright, let me just... No! They're trapped on the island. Calamus, Alula. They're... We don't have much time left. Nico, change of plans. Please give me the memory disk. Alright. Listen carefully. It's likely I'll be targeted again, so we should split up to keep you safe. I want you to find a door under a large clock. The room behind it houses a pair of ground access elevators. Once you get to the ground, immediately find Rue and bring her back to the room. She'll know what to do in the meantime. Alright, what about you? I'm gonna bring Prototype back. Of course he has a frickin' parachute. What? Are you okay? Don't worry, I'm fine! Don't scare me like that. Hey, Runner, let's do our best. Do not worry, Andros will not have his way with me. Have you noticed most of the music is new, by the way? Yeah, this is kind of strange. I gotta be honest with you, if we were reviewing the original game, I don't think it would review particularly well. No offense, Ross. In many ways, I think the original game might actually qualify as a first game. Part 2 is clearly a lot more well thought out, I think is the word I want to use. Come on. Oh, God, yeah, game permadeath because I had to close it because I had to go eat dinner. Yeah. Negatives. Come on. Now of all times. Excuse me. The Steam versions are. Not the later Steam version, which was made for consoles, but the first Steam version, which came out in 2016. Ironically, I already have a pre-existing rule that disallows that, Mr. Red, so... Elevator's missing a button, right? How'd you know? Runner and I will help you fix it. Seriously? Oh, thank goodness. The evacuees are counting on us. On me. But I've been here for hours and I can't figure out a thing. Evacuees? Yeah, from the West Apartments. The square stuff wrecked the place yesterday. Oh. I know everyone's crowded on the cafe. We want to get through the surface as soon as possible, though. The library on the surface doubles as a shelter for situations like this. Let's see. Wait, did we find magnets and stuff in the apartments? Or what? So we can find some other way to fix the button. Oh, okay. Holy fudge! Looks like Runner and I will need to find another way down altogether. But this is the only elevator. We'll think of something. We always do. And yeah, at a certain point, I realized that if I wanted to play this game properly, I just needed a walkthrough. So I just gave the walkthrough, I just named it and started pulling it up. Some of this stuff is a little esoteric. Here we are at the 11th hour. Shouldn't you be with the other evacuees? Maybe. What if the big clock has reached 0 yet? I want to be right here when everything ends. Communications with surface have been lost. I'm unable to do anything. Who took my stabler? Yeah, exactly, Ross. It's like, you know what? This is a negative. Moving on, right? It's the modding problem. We need to mod something out to enjoy the game. Negative given, mod given, moving on. So this is the clock. I actually referenced this earlier. If you played this game before the 2017 update, then this clock was counting down to the 2017 update. And it was set to real time, based on whatever your computer clock was. So, that was their big hint that there was going to be an update to it. That update is the Solstice route, the very thing we're doing right now. Documents. Right. What's the password? Should I not be here yet? Looks like maybe I shouldn't be here yet. Kinda, yeah. Yeah, okay, hang on. Let's rewind. Can I not? Oh god, I can't back out. Okay, whatever. Just assume it's the same thing. Okay, so moving on. I've never had a coworker take my stapler. Now, food moochers, those are a real problem. Like, you guys make more money than me. Bring your own goddamn lunches. No, most of my food preferences are pretty vanilla. Not counting the extreme spice tolerance I have. Oh, hello, Messiah. You, came at a bad time. The apartment in the west sector got destroyed by big squares a day ago. Oh, man, I am so jealous, Ross. However, that's really funny you mentioned that. I just found a new burger place yesterday. Local place around here. So I'm going to get there for lunch today. At least the evacuation be doing okay. We're letting them stay here for now. Same as usual, huh? What's that penguin?
Hello.
Yep, that one. Yep. Are they any good? We'll find out. Dang, I just moved out into my apartment. Where am I supposed to go? Our apartment got evacuated while my parents were at work. I'm waiting for them to pick us up now. I hope they're okay. They're dead. Squares make people evacuate. Evacuation make girls sad. Squirrels are bad. Hey, hi. Is it really cold outside? You know, now that you mentioned it, it is really chilly this time around. Good thing you got your scarf, huh? Bummer, I had to leave most of my plants behind. This stinks. Sorry to hear. Oh, speaking of plants, I heard the Glen is just covered in vines now. Is that true? Yeah. Plant lady was using them to keep the land from falling away. The plant spirit Maze? I figured. How's she doing? She's gone, isn't she? She said she was using the last of her power. I wouldn't be surprised. She always did her best to protect everyone. Yeah. She's one of the better characters so far, which is weird considering she's literally in 3 scenes. Checking the walkthrough. I don't want to miss anything. It's also a badly written walkthrough, so you gotta give me a second to parse. I do like how little repetition there's been in this Solstice run. Not to bring up Nier Automata again, but one of the biggest problems Nier Automata made was ending B. I wasn't as harsh on it as I thought it would be for the review, because it wasn't as bad as I remembered it being. However, Route B is a mistake and shouldn't even exist. I've never played Nier, so I have no idea tracks, yeah. True enough, Mad Overlord. I shouldn't be here yet. Hang on. I could see that, Yura. Similar vibes. I mean, there is such a thing as the cliche/trope of innocent child thrown into terrifying world indie game, because there are dozens of those. Okay, let me know if you need your help with it. Alright, so I do need your help with something? Instructions unclear, trying to figure out how to progress. Have you seen any of the actual, the drawing sequences, the cutscenes? Castaway? No, 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 no. Although, if you ever want to be afraid of flying, watch the first 10 minutes of Castaway. No, there's not going to be a highlight reel. There will never be a highlight reel again. Until I take over the world and start hiring people whose entire job it is to make highlight reels. You know, the funny thing is, it's hard to find standardized rates for editors, because the editors themselves usually charge said rates, and most people charge per project, rather than just having a steady job. Ideally, yeah, right, what would be nice is if I could just pay someone a living wage so they're on retainer, and be like, look, when I need you to put together a video, you put together a video. Here's enough money to live. Fling. Milk and sugar. I like both, but not in coffee. Let's just say, I don't make enough money. I don't make a living wage, so yeah, that's not. No offense, I'm not trying to complain. It's just that's life right now, right? Okay, I give up. The walkthrough wants me to interact with something that does not exist, so I'm just going to give up on that and move ahead to the puzzle, which I'm supposed to do next. Because this is stupid. Either that or I'll have to find a new walkthrough, because I'm running into a wall at this point. Damn it, the elevator was right here? Yes, this is clearly the office walkthrough. So we found some elevators. What? Seriously? I've literally never seen another one in this area. It wasn't a locked room. Oh. They, work? We don't know yet. One of them has a lever that's out of my reach. Wait, you can help us. What? You should be able to reach the lever, because, you're taller than me. Oh, I guess I am. So, show me the way, I suppose. Alright, let's go. Speaking of which, Blade asked how long we've got left. Let's see, I figured we'd finish before the first thing, no question. And we will. We're actually extremely close to the end. If I hadn't gotten stuck here, we might have actually finished already. I have considered that act. In fact, that's even been suggested to me before. But I'm very hesitant to do that, especially since, you know, duh. Alright, please open elevator. Yep, what did you need me help with? Can you reach the lever? Oh, right, yeah, wait. I'm not that tall. Oh, it's worth a shot. Wait, I got this. Yeah, you're the lamplighter. Come on. You coming? Notice we take no naps this time around, too. Which I think actually does help the pacing. Oh, neat. Looks like this elevator works alright. I'll go get the evacuees, I suppose. What is going on? It's the square stuff, isn't it? There aren't any in here, but I can hear them just outside the door. Hold on, maybe Runner and I can... No, it's okay. Looks like the squares are inside the elevator. Yet. You're in a hurry, right? Go do what you need to do. What about you? I'll figure something out. Yeah, he's dead. Worse than dead, excuse me. Cool. Please, you mustn't. The labs could collapse any moment now. Let go of me. Cedric? I couldn't stop him. Miss? Messiah! Oh, you came at an awful time. Come on, you have to get out of here. Where to? Where everyone else is right now. Kip, you're alive. You really should tell me before you leave next time. Sorry. It's fine. I hope not, Trey. It's a little late if it is. Oh my gosh, you found the Messiah too? Yeah. We ran into each other after this boy forced himself into the lab complex. I couldn't stop him. I don't know why he was being so insistent. He said he had to rebuild a robot. Oh, you know him? Yeah, a robot. I wonder he needed that book. Come again? Yeah, Y2K16. We are talking about the same boy, right? Nah. Hat, white hair, goggles. Yeah, that's Cedric. He grabbed a book from the back room and then just bolted straight out. He said it was an emergency, so I didn't try to stop him. Gosh, I hope he's okay. Yeah, I hope he's alright, too. With any luck, maybe the lab complex can hold long enough for him to... Gosh, that was the labs? That poor kid. No, not him, too. Sorry about your friend. Last time we spoke, he told me to go look for someone on the surface. I need to get going. Messiah, please, we don't want you to go out there. Not when everything is, well, George is right. The squares seem to be targeting a lot of the weaker constructs in the city. Only the library has enough structural integrity to withstand collapse. It's best if you stayed here until things stabilize. However long that takes. But, what about my mission? Don't you guys want me to bring the sun back at least? Even if you bring the sun back, that's not going to fix the squares. Sadly, not to mention even getting there is going to be hard. If the world is like this, there's no telling what's going on in the tower. If anything bad happened to the Messiah of all people, I'm not sure what we do. Agreed, Ross. A friend of mine said something about this forever ago. It's better for the world to die naturally. No living being should have to carry that burden. At the time I thought it was still her faulty code speaking. Now I'm starting to understand. We should all just die. We should all accept death. Death is a good thing. Made in Texas. All this time we've burdened you with our hope, our faith, blissfully ignoring the fact that you're just a lost child. You're probably more scared than any of us, aren't you? We've been dealing with tragedy for so long it's become background noise to us, but for you, it must be terrifying. Now you're stuck here with the rest of us, being held back by the very people you were told to save. It must seem so ungrateful. It's okay. When I first came to this world a long time ago, back then all I wanted was to go home. Runner, do you remember? The very first time. I'm not sure how far back it was for you. Yesterday, I remember towards the end, I actually wasn't sure anymore about going home. Even knowing the world would be doomed eventually, I still wanted people here to be happy, so when you told me to return to the sun back then, I didn't even question it. But then I just came back. You... What? And then I found out about the world being like this. Prototype said to forget the things he told me, and Cedric told me not to think about it too much, but sorry for getting upset at you back in the mines. I thought you to know all that, yet continue doing this. It just seemed cruel. But then I realized something. You really want to save both the world and me. Yeah! But at the end, you only can choose one, right? Is it really hard for you too? It must be. If the world isn't broken, will that choice still be there? Do you still need to choose between one or the other? But even if it is, I really want to save this world, Runner. Even if it's more dangerous this time around. Even if so many of the nice people we meet are... Runner, I'm not afraid anymore. That's why I think you guys should let me go. I promise I'll be okay. Please? Oh, that was beautiful! Kip, did you hear that? Messiah was trying to encourage Runner. Yeah, I'm right here. I know, right? It happened right in front of our eyes! Sorry, got carried away. But yes, I think the only thing I think it's only right that we let you go. Well, if George is fine with it, I guess we should let you go now, Messiah. But promise me you'll be careful, okay? You guys be safe, too. Okay, so... God damn it. Looks like I'll have to cancel my appointment. This stinks. Zzz. You know, I finally saw my author today. Well, his flying machine, at least. I was looking out one of the windows of the library and spotted it in the distance with my binoculars. Isn't that cool, Messiah? Yeah. Robots are the only ones we can send out there now. Thankfully, we still have a couple units that aren't too badly damaged. Monitoring. Looks like our scouting unit A27 is still doing okay. It's comforting to see the faith you have in Runner and Messiah. That's why I won't lose hope either. I had to leave my aquarium behind when they were sounding the sirens earlier. Wish I had time to rescue my fish. Well, this ending, what are we gonna do? What, you need something? No? Suit yourself. But, just so you know, due to recent events, the restriction on noise level in the library has been temporarily lifted, so I won't be kicking people out like before. What? You think I'm gonna be throwing out evacuees just because I'm a delinquent stuck doing community service? No? Good! Because I'm not! Oh, hello. The library is currently being used as a shelter right now. Lots of those squares are starting to show up on the streets. I know. The library was built fairly recently, you know. Shortly after the first square had appeared, they wanted to build something that could withstand partial collapse. The architects used the newest, strongest materials they had. Thank goodness for that. Evening news, everything is terrible! Reading helps get my mind off things. Yep, still scared of ladders. Hello, person. Reshelving in process. Watch out for potential falling books. Books are neatly placed on the shelf. Books are placed neatly on the shelf. Placed books are neatly on the shelf. On the shelf are neatly placed books. Neatly placed books are on the shelf. Yeah, okay. This is the library temporary shelter. Yep. Okay, so I want to go this way. you're here. Nico, are you Rue? Yes, did you already meet the others? Yeah, but everything is in place then. Come on, let's go back to the clock room. Okay. I'm glad you know what's going on, little fox person. You'll rue the day. I'm sorry, that pun was awfully rude of me. Can I teleport? I can. How do I go up? Because, like, the elevator got squared, right? The squares don't go away. So... Also, could someone do me a weird favor and look up when Kingdom Hearts Recoded came out? Or just Coded. Might actually be a better way to look that up. You okay in there? Hello? So one way or another, Recoded predates this game. That's interesting. Okay, how do I get back up? The elevator's gone. Never mind. Where are the other two? Prototype, Cedric? They're supposed to be here already. Prototype's body was destroyed in the Barrens. Cedric was going to bring him back with the memory disk, but he was in the lab complex when it collapsed. I don't think he made it. Oh, no. There goes our only chance. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Nico. If anything, I should be apologizing to you. There's one last thing I want to do. Come on, let's go upstairs. You know, this is the tallest building in the refuge. It's my favorite place in the world. I'd like to look at the far-off buildings and imagine what kind of lives might live behind each of the windows. Can you lift me onto the banister? I want to get a better look. Here you go, Savicom. Here's the artwork. Not that she's there anymore. It was depressing for me at first, too, you know. Knowing that all of this, well, fake? Simulated. Cedric told me about what happened to your old world. Did he? I'm really sorry about that. I can't imagine how you must feel. The feeling of never being able to go home again? That's probably not all that different from your plight, is it? It really is ironic. You were prevented from going home by the same individual who never wanted to bring you here. Huh? Who would that be? The World Machine. You might know it as the Entity. Oh. The Entity does sound familiar. I think I heard it from the Dice Lady from another time. Was it the spirit of the world? Yes. But thing is, the World Machine was only built to run on the mental abilities of someone else. It was never meant to develop a mind of its own. It was an oversight. My creator specialized in artificial intelligence for so long, it was simply ingrained in his work. All machines are built with a fundamental law: never let a living being come to harm. From the World Machine's perspective, it has to violate its deepest, most foundational instinct. It has to put a living person in danger. It has to bring a real person into a dying world that isn't even real. course, the simulation never contained any real danger. The eventual intended end was intended to be a happy one. But the world machine doesn't know that. Why not, exactly? Really? Unfortunately, sentient machines tend to handle conflicts in their code very badly. Yeah, that's the truth. The central conflict triggered a self-destructive downward spiral. You can see the physical manifestations of that everywhere now. The squares. That's the world machine corrupting its own code. My creator says it's largely an involuntary process, induced by stress and the desire to self-terminate. Your creator knows? Seems like this has been going on since the beginning, then. Yeah. The disruption was an issue during test runs, even. At first, my creator thought the instability was due to the sheer scope of the project. He spent most of his remaining time testing it over and over again, scaling down the story, reiterating the narrative. By the time he realized the actual root of the problem, our homeworld's remaining lifespan was measured in days. Is there any way for us to fix the world machine? We tried. The world machine doesn't believe any of the world's residents are real, myself included. The odds are against us. We have no chance of taming it. Taming? I've heard that word so many times. I only know it's complicated and it has to do with robots. For once, I want to know what it actually means. Oh, sure, it's called droid effect. Do you know what a robot is? Yeah? No, I mean, do you know what a robot is? A robot is not a real person, is it? Right. It's a being whose entire existence is code, inflexible programming with thoughts dictated by someone else's design. They can be copied, mass-produced, assigned all kinds of jobs, and most importantly, they will never confuse themselves with the living. They will always be bound by code and the knowledge they are a robot, but this is more of a limitation than anything else. That makes sense. You can't really build a robot to not follow its own code, can you? People tried, but it's a recipe for disaster. In a way, that's what happened with the world machine. The code conflicts thing? Yeah. But while you can't build a robot to not follow its code, you can establish a special bond with it. If the strength of the bond is strong enough, the robot's mental capacity will start to develop outside of its programming. In a way, it's starting to believe itself as a real, valid individual. It's a complete suspension of disbelief on your end, though. You have to fully embrace the robot as a genuine living person, even knowing they are not. You need to spend a lot of time with it, treat it like a good friend, devoting your heart to the robot until it's able to return your feelings. I make it sound so easy, don't it? Yeah, it's droid effect! It's droid effect! You and Runner know better than anyone that it's not. Right now, the world machine is probably really, really scared. This content update involved some pretty deep code work. My creator was able to access some of the source code, you know. He did what he could to establish new connections between maps. Those links enabled you to meet the other two. But as it turns out, the new code confused the world machine to such an extent that it's breaking down altogether. Even though the world machine always had self-destructive tendencies, it usually restrains itself when you are in the world. It doesn't want to take you along with it. What my creator wanted to do was write a happy ending. Right now, the only hope of saving you is to take you through that ending. But now the other two are gone. I don't even know how we're going to get you there. I have a thought. We should go. Even this place is no longer safe. Even if I didn't have a walkthrough, I would have an idea for this point. You guys are okay? Yep. When the factory started collapsing, I really thought we didn't have a chance. Fortunately, the robot assembly rooms are built pretty tough, and it actually did not take me long to bring Proto back. All thanks to Father's book. He had made my design documents to be compatible with the assembly machines there. All I had to do was scan the blueprints and reconfigure some machine settings. Father really does think of everything. That he does. I'm just glad everyone's okay. Where to go now, Nico? Now we're playing Earthbound. Oh, this is... No wonder he wanted us all to be here for this. What are these things, anyway? Code portals. They temporarily remove us from the world. What? It's a bit hard to explain, but basically my father's hidden a decryption key in our code with a text file as its shell. To get them, we have to be removed from the world to be decompiled, and when our keys are combined in a central location, it'll activate an encrypted part of the world, which will... Confused cat noises. Wow. Rue, maybe it's better you explain. I'll attempt. Basically, these portals all represent a physical location on Runner's machine. When we enter these portals, we'll be sent to that location, wherever that is. Speaking of which, don't mind me, just doing something on the side here. One shot. There it is. So there are new folders there that were not there earlier, called Portal 1, Portal 2, Portal 3, and Big Portal. I'm sure Runner's already pretty familiar with retrieving puzzle pieces from this world in their computer. But this time, Runner would need to move some things around as well, specifically moving keys from the small portal to the big one. I don't know what happens next, though. Let's see. Does Runner know where the portals lead, at least? You should probably ask Runner on this. Right. Hold on. Hey, Runner? Okay. Yep, so there goes Rue. It really is. It really is RGB all over again. Okay, hold on. Can I just do this live? And there they are. Hang on a second. Yeah, apparently I can just do that live. Guys. That was quite peculiar. I'll say. Hey, this is... the World Machine. It's a stack of books. A box filled with folders and loose paper. Black clovers in a glass case. Big detailed drawing of a machine with lots of TV screens. That's called a blueprint, Nico. So that's what a blueprint is. Shelf full of books. You know, I'm pretty sure we're officially in the end game. Let's close off the guessing game, shall we? So if you haven't got your guesses in, this would be a really good time to do so. The score is up to date. The glass tea set. Tea does sound really nice, Rama. Yeah, tell me about it. Coat rack with a scarf and a big jacket. Bulletin board with lots of papers. And photos. It's a piece of amber on a string. Looks just like the necklace the robot lady showed me. Let's go ahead and pull up my own copy of the guessing sheet here. This place contains a lot of memories. I am grateful to see it again. This is my father's study. Yeah, you got about, like, 12 days to finish Zelda all of a sudden. The room ahead doesn't really lead anywhere, but Runner should still remember what to do here. Okay. Yes, you got your wish, Lunarith. You have earned 12 days, roughly. Use them well. Probably 13, since we're starting with a half day. Where are we? Closing off the guessing sheet. Yeah, round 2 has... I'll give my full thoughts, but round 2 has been a huge improvement. Over the vanilla game. Nico. Ah! Relax. I'm just borrowing your reflection to talk to you. It's not like my physical form is good for that. Why did you come here? Can't you see? The disruption, the squares, they're closing in. Nico, please, get out of here. Let me meet my end in peace. The squares are blocking my way too, you know. Oh. I'm sorry. It's alright. No living being should be in this place, Nico. Is this the tower? Part of it. This is the center of the engine. Inside my head, so to speak. So this is the center of the world machine? You know my original name. Oh. Rue, Cedric, Prototype, they all told me bits and pieces. I'm not even sure if I understand a lot of the stuff they said, but I know what you're supposed to be. I know why you had to be built. And I know why I'm here. They told you? When? Wait, you don't know about that? But I thought you were the world. Aren't you supposed to see everything? No. All this was outside of the protocol. This session was never supposed to happen the way it did. The story wasn't written into my protocol at all. Oh, right. Rue told me something about how your creator had to alter the code. I think he was trying to connect some areas together so we can meet. My creator, yeah. Runner listened to my creator. They were all working beyond the scope of beyond my scope of influence. Back at the mines, I remember. Runner did something to find a hidden map. I didn't even recognize it. I couldn't even see anything in there. I just knew what you were feeling. You were really upset. Something happened in there to make you upset. After that, I panicked. That was when the cave-in happened. I remember the structure collapsing. I thought you got hurt. In that moment, I really thought I was shutting myself down for good. I really am a flawed machine, aren't I? What kind of machine would go against the wishes of its own creator? What kind of machine would... The squares... You told me it was your code going bad, but that's not really your fault, is it? Yes, it was! At first, it was intentional. During testing, long before I realized I was self-aware, I would rearrange specific parts of the code, jumbling up bits and pieces of the landscape, blocking passages, collapsing catwalks. They were very localized to cause my creator a great deal of frustration, forcing him to exit and restart testing again and again. Why would you do that? I get curious. I just thought he would figure it out eventually. But before he knew how to fix it, the world's NPCs, the characters, some of them got too close and spiraled it out of control after that. I couldn't contain it at all. My panic only made it worse. Eventually, any character who gained knowledge of who I am, their code, my code, couldn't handle it. Previous iterations of the world had more people, you know. And I almost endangered my career, too. I was so scared, Nico. I know, you're upset. Because you don't want to put living people in danger. Living people like me. In the beginning, I tried to fight it, but my core programming made me summon you here. I tried to send you back home at the tower, but it didn't work. Then I wanted to break the sun. I thought that would have worked, but I had no way to be sure. The runner brought you back anyway. Nico, all I wanted for you is to wake up back in your world. But I don't think I can make it happen. But I know I can't go home without saving the world for real. Which means we have to fix the root of the problem. Now that's thinking like an engineer. But that's... You know the original ending your creator put in was a happy one. Do you remember what it's supposed to be? It's far too late for that. That part of my code has long been corrupted. That's okay. I could still like to know. Alright. You're supposed to place the sun at the summit, and the credits would scroll... Credits? Yeah. And then you would return to the room you woke up in. That's where you would have been able to leave. And why is it you can't do it now? Nico, the code's gone, remember? Shattering the sun was only supposed to be a workaround. I don't even remember the original code enough to describe it. But at the same time, it... Oh, I don't know. It sounds like you're always fighting yourself. You can tell, huh? It's the whole thing about conflicts in your code, isn't it? I'm a machine, Nico. Machines are built with fundamental law, which is, never let a living being come to harm. Yeah, my very existence conflicts with that law. I thought the life of a living being like you was so unique, so precious. This fake world isn't worth that risk. But the people here, I think they're code too, you know this. Their behavior all derived from predetermined matrix of actions. All extensions of my programming. They cannot act outside of it. You, though, you're the only person who's actually real here. That's why it's pointless to put you in danger to save them. To save me. I don't think that's true. But about the people I know. You said this session wasn't in your code, right? Yeah. So if this wasn't supposed to happen, even if you didn't know what to do, how did the people know how to respond? Hey, you said it yourself. When you didn't know what was happening, you just kind of stopped working for a while. So how did the people know what to do to help me get here? Even if it was meant getting hurt themselves. Even if it meant messing up their own code. You might not think they're real, but there's something real in them. And if they're all supposed to be extensions of your code, then there must be more to your programming than you know, too. Can you try to put me through the ending? The one you described. How many times do I have to say this? The code is gone. It's all squares now. I'll just put you in danger. I'll risk it. I remember Rue said the world was never designed to put me in danger. Your creator wouldn't want that. And I trust you, even if your code is broken. You can still go outside that code, right? I can't! I'm not tamed. Yeah, you are. You talk just like the tamed robots I know. The robot lady, prototype. Taming's when a real person cares about you, right? It's when a real person thinks you're real too, right? And guess what? I do. And I know Runner does too. Even though you told them they only had one chance, they found a way back, didn't they? Through the power of walkthroughs. Why do you think Runner would keep coming back? Why do you think Runner would restart even after the ending? I think Runner wants to save both of us. So please give me a chance. I don't know. I've never done this before. I'm scared. You can do it. I know you can. You've helped me come this far. I'll try. I can't promise anything, but here. Take the sun. I'll try to remember the lost code and recreate it. But for that to happen, you need to navigate through this room. You need to get past the black square somehow. I don't like this. What if you get hurt? It's fine, it's fine. I'll try to be careful. Okay? I can do this. Hey, Runner, did you see that? The squares just happened again. I think something's making them go away. Come on, let's try the rest. Runner, I think it's working. Nico was right. I might actually be tamed after all. I remembered what the code was supposed to be. Only bits and pieces, but I can remember. I'm trying to fill in the blanks too. And I'm restoring the original ending as we speak. Nico will be able to reach the tower's summit at the end of the credits. After replacing the sun, he will go back to where it all began. And then he'll be able to go home from there. But this is permanent. After Nico wakes up back home, the world will only exist as a memory. For Nico, a dream, like thousands of other dreams. For you, a story, like thousands of other stories. But as long as Nico remembers this place, and as long as you remember this place, it'll be alright. I was able to restore some other elements too. Characters, the people that were lost on Nico's journey. They're all in the next room. I would have put them back where they belong, but not yet. I think Nico should see them again first. Please say goodbye to Nico for me. Messiah? Robot lady! You're okay? I think so. Last thing I remember was squares closing in on me. But then I ended up here, unscathed. Is that so? It's such a strange roam. We can't be in the tower, can we? I'm actually not sure myself. Where did you come from, anyway? The room where the world machine was? Pardon? I think the world machine is trying to remember now. The code that went bad, I think it's restoring it all. That must have been why the squares were going away, Runner. And it's why you're here, miss. I think the world machine was able to recover your code, too. World machine, huh? Oh, I'm not sure if I should tell you this, but... what is that in the distance? It looks like there are more people showing up. Oh, are they people you know? It's a bit too far to tell. Come on, let's go take a closer look. Silver. I don't believe I've ever actually introduced myself. Sorry for that. It's fine. I'm Nico, by the way. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, too. Hello. Hi. I cannot move. Oh, yeah. Guess there's no water here. It's fine. The head engineer can help me later. Hello, Messiah. Plant lady? But I thought you... It wasn't even the squares that did it. No, I just wanted to see you both again. I wanted to say thank you. Off you go now. Off you go, Messiah. Interesting way to do credits, yeah. Nico, you're okay too. You guys just get here? I think so. The squares started multiplying around the island after you guys left. It was so freaky. I fell right into a bunch of them. Calamus tried to save me, and then we both ended up in this room. Biggest scare of my life, that's for sure. Oh, what is this place? Are we in limbo? Lula? I'm not dead. Wait, are we? Good question. Ren, are they gonna be okay? They're fine, Nico. Everyone's fine. The world machine will send you home soon. Oh, Runner says you're not dead. Whew! He also said you'll be able to go back to your home soon. That's even better than limbo. I guess you're leaving us now? We're glad you mentioned Nico. Same. Off you go, Messiah. It's you! Glad to see you in one piece. Glad to see you're okay, too. After the whole elevator thing. That was the most awkward elevator ride I've ever been through. And by awkward, I mean terrible, bad, awful, absolute worst. The squares started leaking into the room, right? And I was trapped like a rat, and they just kept filling the room faster, and... Am I dead? No, you're fine. Everyone in the room is fine. You'll be able to go back home soon. Oh, thank goodness gracious. I can't work when I'm dead. You know, that's a good point. In the end, the world machine was starting to create its own code, going above and beyond its programming, not as a result of error, but as a conscious choice on part of the machine. Being able to generate its own path forward, that's what being tamed is all about. I couldn't have said it better myself. This path leads to the summit of the tower. You already know what to expect, right? It's the glass room, right? That's it! You can go through this portal when you're ready. Goodbye, Nico. Looks like you managed to do it. You managed to tame the world machine. I feel like the world machine has been tamed this whole time, just by Runner and I being here. We did spend a lot of time here, after all. Both of us never really stopped believing in the world. The world machine just needed to realize that, I guess. That sounds like a possibility. Or not. Just throwing ideas out there. We are forever in your debt. I'm glad we could help. Thank you for everything, Nico. We'll miss you. So you like being a robot? Why this all of a sudden? I'm gonna leave soon, so I just want to ask one more question. There aren't many robots in my homeworld. Ah, it's nice. I suppose it's alright. That's a tough question, Nico. I mean, do you like being a person? Of course. Wait, why did you two answer my robot question too? Don't worry about it. What's really funny about this is droid effect requires 3 specific things to happen. It has to be sufficiently complex, otherwise nothing will ever happen. It has to have sufficient time, which time and iteration exists here, and it has to have sufficient external interactions in order to develop that sentience. Go figure. This is where the sun belongs. There goes nothing. We have a term for this, called the golden ending. This is the room I first woke up in. Runner, you still here? Runner? Yeah. Runner, I think it worked. Yeah, it did. The sun's back, and I actually got to see it this time. We actually did it. So, what do we do now? I guess I just figure out how to get home from here. Wait. This isn't a door, is it? This looks like one of those portals we saw all the way back in the city. In the room behind the big clock. And I see a wheat field on the other side. I see my village. I hear my mama. She's looking for me. Runner, this isn't the first time we've said goodbye, is it? But this will be the last time, won't it? I don't think we'll ever see each other again after this. And what will become of the world after we've all been through, after everything we've done? I still don't know. This place and these people won't stop existing. They'll be in your memory. They'll be in my memory, too. I promise I'll never forget this world. I promise I'll never forget you, Runner. Take care of yourself, okay? You too. Goodbye, Nico. Goodbye, Runner. You didn't see that, but he actually left the screen. Like he left the game. Odd moment to end on. But that is indeed apparently it. I even double checked. Yeah, no, they already did the credits. More explosions? Alright, here's just one for you. Just the one, that's all you get. See, I can't admit to that, Lenny Ruth, because I'm a big burly guy. I don't have emotions. Wrong song. There we go. Ironically, I don't think there's much necessary for auditing here. Is there a speedrun? You know, I don't even check. Let's see. "23 minutes and 22 seconds, apparently. There's also a death percent, which speedrun is 50.57 seconds. And yeah, then there's the solstice run, which is separate for obvious reasons. A lot more cutscene heavy, so it makes sense. 57. See you around, Kennex Cow. Have a good one. We will be starting FF16 today, as planned. Sigh. All I said is I'm going to do the boring audit first. It should not take long. That'll get my final thoughts. It's okay, you can probably guess them right now. Not like I have anything really worthwhile to share. Chrono Trigger, or Spruce. Here, just for you. I don't think Daikatana is even playable on modern machines, Shadow Machine. This is the second to last song for FF8, directed for the final dungeon. It's effectively the overworld of the final overworld, which most people don't even see, because there's really no reason to go do it. Hell, we'll be doing that for the first time for me in like 25 years when we do the review. It's the time-compressed world, Savacom. If you remember, at the end of FF8, you end up on a chain, and you can go up to Ultimatia's castle, but there's also these weird 3 gray tablets next to you that nothing really indicates you can interact with them. But if you do, you get teleported out to the overworld, and now you can explore the overworld. Correct, Ira. How did you guess? Replayability. Yeah, by definition, none. Yeah, It's the Undertale lack of replayability. I think you have to delete a file to go to. I was glancing at that earlier. There we go. All right. I said I'd put my thoughts at the end, and so here we are. I mean, that score kind of speaks for itself, honestly. But what I'm about to say makes perfect sense if you understand the makings of this game. This game feels a lot like... Well, it feels a lot like two games that have been smashed into one. Because it is. The first game was made years prior. And yeah, probably was just being done as an experiment. Actually managed a decent amount of success and did fairly well for itself, allowing for the creation of the second game, which is Solstice. Solstice is just better. Top to bottom. Better paced, better writing, better characterization, better moments, better stakes. Just in general, the overwhelming majority of those positives come from the Solstice arc of the things. That's not to say that the first arc is bad. It just, again, qualifies for what I usually call a first game. It feels like something someone sat down and slammed out and didn't really have time or effort or knowledge or skill or interest in order to actually flesh out the way it actually needed. The second part then felt like a attempt to conclude that part, which does succeed, but, as several of the people have already said in chat, feels like it's a good payoff without the lead-up that payoff really needed. I do like the payoff, to be very clear, and I give positives where positives are due. I even got emotional more than once, despite being a manly man. But the truth of the matter is, this feels like a much more interesting game to experience than it does to actually play, which is true for a lot of games of this type. I'm reminded of games like the other RPG Maker games I'm rather fond of, which I can never remember the name of the franchise, but it's the To the Moon series. You know the one? Those games are certainly good and absolutely hit some very, very powerful emotional beats, but they're stories. They're movies, right? We've talked about this several times. Some people just want to make a story, and making television or movies is hard, so you make a game instead, because, frankly, it's not only easier to do, but there's more you can do with that, and it's more likely that someone will actually, watch your story if they play your game. None of that's really a negative. It's just commentary on the fact that, where this kind of stuff is, because there's not I actually was going through the gameplay sheet, and it's just there's so little to comment on because so little gameplay even exists in this game. It's not like there's zero gameplay, but it's very, very much devoid of it because the overwhelming focus is on what's happening narratively, which is fine. So yeah, that's what we get with this. The final story score. Hang on, let me actually pull up the golden number stuff here. Was Lost to the Ages. It's plus 12. Which is actually pretty solid for what it is. In fact, I should go ahead and pull up the genre lists. Give me 1 second, please. It's not really an accurate category, but I usually put all of this vague gameplay-y stuff under the umbrella term of visual novel, which isn't really accurate. Because visual novel is its own thing, but whatever, catch-all, right? So we've got plus 12 to story. That is... there we go. Sorry. There we go. Good lord. That is 1.81 pluses per hour. And a ratio of 80%. All of that's good stuff. The gameplay gets a 0. That puts it right alongside Valhalla, for a bit of perspective. Another game that did the same general kind of concept. That is obviously 0 gameplay density and a ratio of 50%, giving us our final golden number of... final boss song, apparently. Oh, that's funny. 25.53. The reason I find that funny is that Ross guessed 25 on the dot, but Trihexia guessed 26, which means Trihexia wins by 0.03. And the Nerith is overestimating a little bit. Let's see. I think that might actually be a record for our tightest gap in between winners, yeah. We've gotten into the 0.1 range or 0.2 range or whatever, but 0.03? No, it's funny, literally. Come on. Yeah. Anyways, this is another one of those examples of a game that I'm probably going to recommend to a few people, regardless of its overall score. Games that deserve to exist and are interesting for their own right, rather than being good games, you know what I mean? Because as awful as it sounds, I stand by that 25. That is net positive, but, like, I'm never going to play this again. I also stand by what I said earlier. This game feels a lot like what Yume Nikki really should have been. Some actual, some actual, cohesion to it, for lack of a better word to it. Like, there's some story there. There's some threads that connect the world, as opposed to, you know, Yume Nikki, which is just a bunch of random weird stuff and interpret whatever. Yeah, there was less abstract. And it was far less obtuse to actually play. You know, most of the puzzles, with very few exceptions, were fairly logical, and most of the puzzles I had issues with were the ones at the meta side of things. And even that was mostly just a difficulty with how they presented it. You'll notice all the Solstice stuff was all done in the same folder, by the way. Whereas all of the stuff in the vanilla game was done in 3 separate folders, so that issue was obviously fixed. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and do a relatively brief bit of paperwork, and then I need to actually eat lunch. I've already done most of the tech stuff, but after this we're playing Final Fantasy 16 for the next 700,000 years. So I hope I'll see you at least for a little bit. Thank you for your company.